All right, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. Take your seats. Members, you'll note that our keen electronic staff has turned sideways the microphone for some use, arguably so it gets closer to us and the sound projection is better, rather than straighten it out to the old-fashioned, straightforward stuff. Try this for a while and see if it makes a difference. Okay, got it. All right, and it's easier for us short-armed people to reach the button. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you would take your seats, please. Couple of things. On your desk now is a red line copy of the draft BDCP letter, which we went through yesterday, incorporating, this is Mr. Stevens' red line, incorporating the changes we agreed to yesterday. My suggestion is you read this letter. Let's do the flood control EBMUD discussion next. At the end of that, we return to this. It's not for debate all over again, but to see whether it reflects the changes that we had done yesterday. And then we'll get back to that. It's for vote only. And after that, we move immediately to the interim plan discussion, which will be quite long. Okay? Any objection to that? Okay, let's take a roll call vote to establish a quorum. Eisenberg present.
Fiorini present.
Bruce Collins present.
Gray present. Johnston is here. 5 of us here. Quorum established. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Grindstaff, tell us where we stand with regard to the application for $35 million of Prop 1E money, flood-related purposes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
First of all, we put on the back table and have distributed to the council a draft resolution that we may be modifying or whatever that could come up at the end of this discussion. I believe at this point we would like to hear from DWR and then from East Bay Mud and the reclamation districts, and after that we can continue the discussion.
Okay. And the material, the page and one sentence on the back is your kind of rough crafting of something we might consider to address the issue. Okay. All right. Kamyar, did you get stuck on this one? Oh, okay.
No,
oh, okay. There we are. All right. Sorry. There's no microphone up there.
Is it on now?
How about we put you next to Mr. Stevens with a microphone, if that works.
It's working, okay.
Oh, it is working.
And I'm sorry, this is Gail Newton, who is the chief of the office.
I'll help you with that, Joe.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Gail Newton. I'm the chief of Flood Safe Environmental Stewardship and Statewide Resources Office. This is a new office within DWR. And since you didn't get your presentation yesterday on the flood safe programs, I'm going to just digress. Wait, oh, wrong thing. Yeah. Oh, did you call up the... It's the one that says, right, there you go. All right. I'm going to digress just for one slide. This new office was created in DWR to ensure that environmental stewardship is instilled in all the flood safe programs. The keystone of this office is the Delta Levees program, which has been setting the example for integrating environmental stewardship into flood management for 30 years. There are 3 branches. The Floodway Ecosystem Sustainability Branch, which is the environmental stewardship component of what you will hear in July, the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, the conservation strategy for the same plan, and regional advanced mitigation planning, which is an initiative that we're doing with other agencies that received large infrastructure bonds in '06 to look in the Central Valley for doing mitigation in advance of the impacts. They also have an environmental restoration and enhancement branch, which includes the riverine section, the Salton Sea, and the Delta Ecosystem and Enhancement section, which is the environmental compliance portion of the Delta Levees program. And the Delta Levees and Environmental Engineering branch, probably known to people of CalFed fame as the CalFed Levee Integrity Program, which includes subventions, special projects, and special investigations. And Dave Morass, who spoke to you last month, is the principal engineer in charge of that branch. All right, back to the agenda item. Proposition 1E provided funds to reduce the risk of levee failure in the Delta. These funds were provided to the subventions and special projects programs. Special projects provides technical assistance and funding to local levee maintaining agencies with their primary purpose of protecting statewide assets and with a commitment to improve both the levees and the habitat in the Delta. These are by and large non-project levees, and they are shown in red in this slide. The green levees, which are a little bit harder to see, are the project levees within the Delta. Special Projects was created in 1988 following the 86 floods, and the funding has remained low for many years. With the advent of Prop 84 and 1Es, the funds significantly increased, as shown in this slide. With the increase in the funds, DWR altered the process to provide more accessibility and transparency to this local assistance program. Near-term guidelines were developed over most of last year, which included public review and comment and revisions to those guidelines based upon those comments. The final guidelines and the PSP, the project solicitation package, was released in February with proposals due in March. The priorities established in the guidelines and reinforced by the criteria in the PSP and the scoring were to bring the levees up to HMP standard, which Dave Moraz spoke to that last meeting. Remember the difference? And then fund PL 8499, habitat enhancement and emergency response. Per the guidelines, additional 2 weeks was provided by DWR to seek additional information on these proposals, basically determine if the project was viable. The scoring was done on the proposals received, the information, the written materials that we received. There was exactly 200 points available. The range of scores for these projects were from about 50 to 84. Understand that these are sketchy proposals, which reflects that this is a new process for both us and the reclamation districts. But also, these are largely agricultural lands. These are financially challenged reclamation districts that are loath to invest in expensive engineering proposals and designs to do prior environmental compliance and clearance when there may be no return on their investment. Either because they're not selected or, as last year, because the bond funds never came through. So staff coordinated also with other DWR programs, such as you're all aware with, BDCP, I think I can use the acronym now, and DHCCP, and our Bay Delta office, and also with the Corps, Fish and Game, and East Bay Mud to make sure that these projects were synergistic and caused no conflicts. The final scoring was completed just prior to your last hearing, and it was continued to this hearing. So Senate Bill 2X1 appropriated funds from 1E, $135 million for emergency preparedness supplies and projects, and of this, at least $35 million is to be expended on projects that protect aqueducts that cross the Delta. So for this section of our PSP for aqueducts, we received 12 proposals. They were from 5 different reclamation districts, 1 engineering firm, and they all protected 1 aqueduct, the McCollum Aqueduct, East Bay Muds. Our staff recommendation is to fund 10 of these proposals. The total project cost will be $41.3 million. The total state share is $35.2 million. The local cost share is $6.1 million, and this will improve 41 miles of levees. Actually, before I go on, I want to speak a little bit to cost share because I know there's a lot of questions about that. Per our guidelines, if an HMP project is selected, we start that cost share at 90%. This is the minimum level of protection. It's an agricultural standard. So we'll fund 90% of an HMP project. Within your attachment, only 1 project is an HMP, and it is offered 90% cost share. For PL 8499, per our guidelines. We start at 75%. From there, you can get enhancements for habitat, emergency response, other statewide interests, subsidence reversal. For the rest of the projects on your list, they each received a 10% enhancement, largely for subsidence reversal and habitat. Based on the sketchy nature of the proposals, they didn't get more than that 10%. They were asking for 95%, so we gave them 85% based upon what looks like some habitat and some subsidence reversal. So this is all in accordance with our guidelines. All right. Now I want to switch to answering some of your questions from last month's hearing. You asked, how do the projects fit within statewide priorities for the Delta? So first of all, we can look at existing water code, which affects this program. So this program shall have as its primary purpose the protection of discrete and identifiable public benefits, including the protection of public highways, roads, utility lines and conduits, and other public facilities, and the protection of urbanized area, water quality, recreation, navigation, fish and wildlife habitats, and other public benefits. The program shall also include net long-term habitat enhancement or improvement. We can also look at the CalFed ROD, which asks that we achieve a base level of protection for these Delta islands. And we can look at the selection criteria in our guidelines in PSP, which speak to life and safety, infrastructure such as highways, water conveyance, aqueducts, ecosystem restoration or enhancement, or at least some type of mitigation for these projects, and funding partnerships from other interested groups. And particular to this part of the PSP, we looked at proximity to the aqueduct. We can also look at guidance from your interim plan and the policy objectives and statute. And it was my staff's determination that it either met or was neutral on each of these policy objectives. But once again, that can be your determination. That was my staff's determination. Another question you asked last time is, which are the most important islands? Which ones are critical? At the risk of sounding like a lawyer, that depends. And what we've done is provided your staff with an accounting spreadsheet of all the assets by island. So depending on what is most important to the person doing the sorting, you have the materials within your staff. There are schools, hospitals, police stations, emergency response facilities, sewage treatment plants, ports, agriculture, highways, interstate highways, smaller highways. There's a lot of infrastructure in the Delta. There are a lot of things to be protected that are part of the statewide assets. But you also need to understand, besides the infrastructure on each individual island, the assets of each individual island, is the current configuration of the Delta supports the conveyance of water. So the Delta as a whole maintains that configuration that allows water to be transported through and out the Delta. And by preserving the current configuration, we're preserving your options as you develop your Delta plan, and not precluding anything.
But could you go back to that chart for a moment?
I think so.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah. Not each of those categories appears on the islands that are the applicants in question, do they?
This is true. That is a laundry list for the Delta as a whole.
Got it. Thank you.
This may be a bit difficult to see, but that is a very good representation of the issues in the Delta, is that it is so difficult to see. This map shows the infrastructure in the Delta. You asked how these projects fit with other infrastructure in the Delta. The Delta is a convergence of pipelines, gas wells, highways, regional and state water supplies. It's basically where everything converges. And most of the islands, not all, but most of the islands have some level of statewide asset on it. Also, last time there were a lot of questions with regard to the RD, the Reclamation District, first DWR's role in this process. So I thought we should clarify that. This is a local assistance program. What DWR does is provide funding and technical assistance, and we ensure that the funds are expended in accordance with the bond language and legislative direction, and then we have to make sure that it's all accounted for appropriately with bond expenditure plans and such. The Reclamation District is the one that does the design, permitting, contracting, construction, and is responsible to DWR for status and completion reports and for indemnifying the state. There have been a lot of questions with regard to CEQA and whether or not you can approve these projects with the level of CEQA that's currently done. We believe that the off-ramp in our work agreements, as stated in this slide, and we discussed this slide yesterday, is adequate, and that we can withhold construction if the CEQA is not adequate, if the design is not adequate, or if other complications arrive. We believe that we can withhold and that it's still fully discretionary using this language. And as I stated previously, these are
Bruce
very...
Collins, your mic's on. Sorry.
That's right. As I stated previously, these are very conceptual projects. The reclamation districts don't have the financial resources to invest in expensive designs and proposals, especially when funding can be uncertain. Once again, these are by and large agricultural lands. So your last question was regarding liability. And we provided you a couple of paragraphs in your staff report that are in our standard work agreements with regard to liability. I'm not going to reproduce this up here, but it really, you know, that I leave that to your lawyers to look at. So once again, our staff recommendation is that you approve the projects that are listed in Attachment A.
Okay. Mr. Bruce Collins, you had a question?
I do if she's finished her briefing.
I'm done. I waited 2 days for this. I'm done.
I do have several questions about the guidelines.
Oh, I didn't bring them up here, but go ahead.
The guideline, DWR applied the guidelines to as the basis for your recommendation to us, correct?
Correct.
The guidelines describe a 5-year plan. Can you
Correct.
tell us what that is?
I can tell you a little bit, and if I need to call up Dave Mraz, he can give you more detail. But what we have asked is that each island develop a 5-year plan, laying out exactly what they're going to do. And we have put, actually, that's our highest priority for funding, is to fund those 5-year plans. We haven't, I think we've gotten 1 in? 2 in. And we've only gotten 2 in because we had a lot of problems with funding, getting our bond funds to fund the ones that we had anticipated to fund last time. So that is one of our highest priorities when the Reclamation District proposes that, is to fund that. Once again, we are an assistance program, and that's, we wait till they propose it and then we fund it if they will come forward with it. Do you want more information about what's in the plan, more technical information?
Well, actually, the guidelines describe the content of the 5-year plan. So let me be more specific. The 5-year plan is not a precondition for funding.
It is not.
It is instead a required work product as a result
A required
of funding.
what?
Work product as a result of funding.
It is a separate proposal. It's a separate project that we would fund and that we would want to fund. It is not a required prior to other funding.
Will each of these projects develop a 5-year plan?
No. The ones before you today, is there a 5-year plan included in these? No.
Will there be one?
That's up to the reclamation districts to propose. I don't know if they have proposed that. Do you know, Dave? Maybe I'll let Dave, the project manager for these, speak to these.
Why don't you use the mic right down there so you don't have to walk back and forth. Thank you.
Good morning again. I'm Dave Mraz. I'm the chief of the Delta Levees program. Of course, I work for Gale. Each of the reclamation districts that are applying for funding under this proposal have submitted a request for funding for their 5-year plan, and they will produce it. But that's a separate agreement. So there's one agreement for 5-year plans. There's a separate agreement to do the levee work that would be funded to protect the aqueduct.
Dave, leaving aside the sort of the formalities of documentation, one agreement versus two, are you saying that each of the reclamation districts, if funded, will produce a 5-year plan?
If
funded for planning purposes for which they must apply, right?
Well, if they're funded for both agreements, yes, they will produce a 5-year plan. If they're funded for only the construction that we're looking at with the $35 million, that does not include a 5-year plan.
I see. So the action which is before this council today does not include funding for the 5-year plans?
That's correct.
Okay. And secondly, Ms. Newton, I do have further questions for you. Sorry for the back and forth to the podium.
Right. Ms.
The-
Newton?
I'll just stay.
The guidelines also address cost-sharing formulas. Are those required by statute or by rule?
The actual formulas are via the guidelines. They're by rules. Statute says that we have to develop them. Dave has worked there so long he can probably quote the statute, but it says develop cost-sharing formulas. And the 75% is kind of our experience with the subventions program, which by statute, that one is set at 75%. And it was just reaffirmed with legislation this year. Based upon a 75% cost share, we can only expend maybe $15 million a year on subventions because the reclamation districts can't come up with any more than that. So that's kind of our experience, our 30 years plus experience.
Okay. And I have one last question, which goes to slide number 4, the map for special projects. Mr. Fiorini and I were just discussing this map, and I'd like to ask you the question. No, it's the one entitled Special Projects that appears at the front of the presentation.
It's fourth slide from the start.
Oh, well, I'm going backwards.
Got a caption says, but there
That
it is.
one?
Yep.
Yes.
It appears that virtually all of the levees from the Cosumnes south are non-project, with at least on the east side of the Delta, with the exception of those south of Stockton. Is that correct?
Right. The project levies, you're correct. The project levies
There's a
are
little light-
these
yeah.
green ones here. And so you're talking Cosumnes. These are all non-project until you get down to Stockton, then we get back into project.
Then you get back to what, please?
You get back into project down by Stockton,
All right.
down in here.
Okay.
If I may, there's about 1,100 miles of levee in the Delta that the program serves, and of that, there's about 350 miles that's project levee. The remainder is non-project. So you're dealing largely with a non-project system.
Well, Dave, since we're running late, and I'll just cut to the chase. I was thinking last night about the very evocative phrase in some of our background documents, dog-eat-dog reclamation. And to be very blunt, what I was wondering about is whether our funding the improvements as proposed will, in effect, shift the risk to adjacent non-project levies, which may or may not be capable of handling those risks. It's a question. It's not an opinion. So has the department thought about that in the course of making this recommendation to the council?
Yes, we do think about that, and I think historically there were levee wars where on one side they would raise the levee and force the flow to another sad. I don't think that type of thing goes on significantly, and the fact is that we've got PL 8499 as our standard and HMP for our standards, and those are within 6 inches of one another for the levee crest. So all the levees are coming up together, and that's pretty much what we're trying to do with the program.
No, I understand the program is about cooperation, and reclamation districts are cooperating. I mean, the phrase, I think, originated at a different time.
Sure.
What I'm really getting at is the risk, and whether the department evaluated the risk that improving these levees might shift flood risk to adjacent non-project levees.
We did do quite an extensive Delta risk management strategy, but it wasn't specifically with respect to these levees or these 5 levee systems. So I guess the short answer is no.
Thank you.
Mr. Fiorini.
Gail, thank you very much for the presentation. Well done, very concise, very clear, very easy to
Very
understand. I appreciate it. And it is going to be very helpful for our discussion as we discuss the improvement projects that are about to come before us. But it does, in my mind, raise the bigger issue. Does the state of California have a levee plan for the Delta?
The state of California has various plans, and actually we're in the process of compiling them so we can provide it to you. We have what was called an internal document that was called a near-term investment strategy that was never completed, though it was discussed at length in the meeting that's actually occurring simultaneously right now, the Delta Habitat and Levees group. We have taken portions of that, and there is internal to DWR, and this will be part of your presentation on flood safe. There's an implementation plan that tiers off our strategic plan for flood safe, and there are aspects of that in there. Realizing with the advent of the Delta Stewardship Council that it would be best if these materials were all in one place, we're compiling that for you. So that, do we have a plan? We have various plans scattered, and we'll get it compiled for you.
Well, we're going to be taking up our interim plan discussions that will obviously lead to the plan,
Right.
and I think it's a very important part of that. When will we receive, Joe, the flood safe presentation?
As you know, it was scheduled for yesterday, and we used the time, and they couldn't be here for this morning, so we plan to move that to next month.
And will that cover also emergency response and preparedness?
Certainly, if we ask them to include that, they'll be glad, I'm sure, to do that.
Okay, so hopefully nothing bad will happen between now and our next meeting.
It's not raining right now.
I beg to differ. I live in Turlock. We're re-roofing our house. It rained last night.
Oh, no.
Well, if you didn't re-roof your house, it wouldn't have rained.
That's
Yeah.
exactly right. Anyway, thanks for the information.
Ms. Johnston? No. Okay. Yes, Ms. Gray.
Hi, thank you, Gail, also for the information this morning. I have a question. I know Prop 1E is $135 million for levee protection. What happens, and we're considering today the $35 million,
Right.
what happens to the other $100 million?
As you may know, we've had a hard time getting our bond funds this year. We've been told since December this next week. So we were, without the bond funds in hand, it's difficult to move forward with projects, and so the department has reappropriated the lion's share of that. I think all of it except for a little bit of staff time and this $35 million. Because the $35 million was constrained by 2X1 and expires June 30th, we didn't reappropriate that because we knew our bond funds were coming next week, starting in December. So, you know, hindsight, perhaps we should have reappropriated this so we're not in this crunch time, but the rest of it has been reappropriated, or
Yes.
suggested for reappropriation. Sorry, the budget's not passed.
So, in other words, it's been reappropriated to some other project, is that right?
No, just reappropriate the fund into next year, and then the projects will be developed. But
So
most
it'll
of that
be-
is being spent on emergency response.
Ms. Gray, the normal description of this is we don't have to go back to the legislature to ask again. So the process is designed to take an authorization and roll it over for, hopefully, until you get the money. But because the treasurer sells bonds in staggered amounts, not all at one time,
Right.
and the market has been awful.
Very poor.
There has been little interest in marketing bonds, or I'm sorry, reduced interest, because there have been some bonds marketed, but reduced interest, which means there's a backlog of eligible bonds to be sold, but no market that economically advantageously does it. So part of this discussion underlying it is the fact for the department's own reasons, they did not reappropriate the $35 million, which in retrospect they probably should have done, but they didn't. And the fear is that with what we will deal with in a minute is, gee, if it gets back to the legislature, they may not continue the authorization. Now, clearly, it would have to be used still within the provisions of Prop 1E. That isn't the question.
Right.
It can't be sent on education or health care or criminal justice, because there are bond covenants involved in all of this. But it doesn't make the guaranteed, the funding access for the applicants automatically guaranteed without the reauthorization.
Right. And I might add a clarification, is that section of 1E, it's $3 billion, and it's to be expended on the state plan and flood control and the Delta.
Right.
So that's the Central Valley and the Delta.
Right.
Yeah, my concern for asking that has to do with, and I think going back to what Randy was asking, about the rest of the levies, what will happen to them, why hasn't, whether or not it's appropriate to ask DWR to identify those levies that are at risk? And I know you presented different categories this morning, but would it be appropriate to request DWR to bring back to the council or wherever a plan to address the rest of those levees that are certainly on that critical pathway through the Delta?
One of the mantras of this local assistance program is that we maintain an arm's distance away from the projects. We ask the reclamation districts to make determinations. That keeps the liability as far away from the state as possible. If we were to make those determinations exactly which islands need what level of protection and at what location and who is at the highest level, we would be incurring some level of liability.
So the reclamation district would provide that kind of information?
Right. They provide that
DWR, and
information
then
to
you would
us,
present
and we
it.
can review it, but that would be something we ask from the reclamation
Would that be
districts.
part of the state's plan to address the entire levee system?
Would it, what, I'm sorry?
Be part of the state plan?
There is the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan is addressing, actually, to the level that you're asking, because these are state federal levees, the levees, those federal levees that are in the Delta. So those are going to be addressed as part of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. They will also address non-project levees that are pertinent to those federal levees, you know, ones that could fail as well or on the same island, the same area that's protected. It's not going to address the lion's share of the non-project levees in the Delta. There's another effort, it's a statewide plan, flood plan, that is just getting off the ground. This is your talk that you're supposed to have heard yesterday. It's just getting off the ground, and that one will then wrap all of these plans together. It will wrap together the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, a Delta plan, into the statewide plan. But a lot of the Delta plan will be principles and guidelines and things to consider. With the whole Delta at risk, because of subsidence and sea level rise, it is going to be a very difficult and painful process to go through to say exactly what's going to fail first. And understand that these continue to subside. That's why we have the subventions program. These islands require constant maintenance, or they will be bowls of water.
Thank you.
Mr. Natoli?
Morning, Gail, Dave. The question I have is just on the special projects funding on your chart that charts out for a 20-year period the amount of money that's been made available. Is that the total amount of money that's been made available for levee improvements, or is that just a special project category?
That's just special projects. Subventions has been at approximately the same level as special projects until the bump up. So it's been almost 50-50 until 84 and 1E. But
about
that's a gross
$10 million a
generalization.
year. That's been for each category, about $20 million total. But is that correct?
No, I think the total is about $10 million a year, and it was split.
$10 million total. $5 million for
and
special
five.
projects, $5 million for, and I guess what was really a stark contrast for me is that you look at this 20-year period and all the discussion that's gone on as it relates to levees and their fragility and their importance, and you look at the investment over 20 years, matched obviously by the match, and then we see this spike. You know, this is 1,000% more in the year shown here of what's been the average is put into it, and so you almost put into it a 10 years worth of dollars that have been made available. And I guess to the point, and some of the questions have been asked here, is that this is going to fund about 41 miles of levee improvements, as I understand it. And I don't know if you back out of that the project levee, because they've gotten some funding for some of the, when they had some of the sites that were considered to be the most at risk. Some of those were along the Sacramento River and so forth. But is it anticipated that with the remaining 750 of non-project levies, again, not that you folks are determining the priorities, it is anticipated that with the remaining portion of the funding, even though the bond money has been available, that you're going to be able to get a like amount of mileage out of that as it relates to levies? Is that pretty fair in today's environment? There are circumstances that certainly will dictate the cost of that, or is it going to be? So are we going to get 41 miles for this amount of money? And if you got another 100 million that may be available, are you going to get 3 times that amount?
I want to back off from that question just a little bit, because the aqueduct project category was just one category in our PSP. So we do have other funds that are going to other categories of H&P and PL 8499s. And we actually currently have out on the street a $15 million solicitation for habitat projects, specifically for habitat projects. So there are other pots of funds out there for the Delta for levee improvement and habitat. This is just the aqueduct that was required to come before you, as 2X1 states. So, you know, we will probably get an equitable amount of levee work for the other funds. And those proposals, those projects are spread throughout the Delta. So we are continuing to fund improvement as we can do it, as long as we don't get to too high level.
Mr. Grindstaff and Mr. Stevens both had.
I want to clarify what I thought I
Yeah.
heard Supervisor Natoli asking. I think what I heard him asking was if there are $500 million
Will we get 500?
left available for the Delta,
Right.
and there are 650 miles of non-project levees, can we expect that 550 or 600 or 650 miles of those non-project levees are actually going to be upgraded, as these 41 miles are going to be upgraded, so that we get closer to a system that meets the standards that your guidelines identified?
Well, you know, we are, the average on these is, with the cost share, is $1 million per mile, so that is possible.
Okay.
But looking at all the different proposals before us, will we get there? Are the islands, can the islands afford the cost share to get us there? Once again, these are impoverished islands. Dave, do you have something to add?
Yeah, if I may. The special projects is not the only thing that's going to be funded with the available money. There will be subventions as well. Each one of the projects is unique. Some of the projects come in very inexpensive, a couple of $100,000 per mile. Others come in much more expensive, $1 million per mile or more. A lot of that depends upon the particulars of the site. In one area, if you have high seepage, you might have to do a lot more engineering, and it raises the project cost. In another area, you just might be reestablishing freeboard, and it lowers the cost. So it really depends upon the individual projects. But let me go through a list of things that also are funded largely by the special projects, and that's North Delta program, where we're working with the Corps of Engineers to do a habitat and flood control project on McCormick-Williamson. We've got the subventions, which I've already mentioned, Delta long-term management strategy, where we're trying to work with local agencies to determine how best to use dredge materials. There's subsidence reversal studies that we're working on. Delta rice that has a component of subsidence reversal and providing an economy for the Delta to keep people interested in staying on the land. Delta risk management strategy, second phase, Delta Islands and Levees feasibility study, and the CalFed levee integrity. All of these come out of that same pot of funding.
Can I just ask you, how much is that cutting into the amount? Millions.
Well, certainly millions. I'm going to just say off the top of my head, it's going to be on the order of 25%.
Okay. Just so I could follow, I guess, and I appreciated Joe's clarification. I guess what point I wanted to kind of get to here is that if, it's been a fairly modest, if not meager, investment over time, recognizing the capacity of the reclamation districts with the match and so forth, their ability to match that amount. But for the criticality of what we're talking about here as it relates not only to water supply, but to ecosystem restoration being the two common goals, but all the other things that go with levee maintenance and where people live and farm and all the public investment in infrastructure, it seemed to me that if a significant investment was made and there was some ability to assist the reclamation districts in that effort, and I know there's other pieces of liability here, but that you could get a long ways to get to a point. Again, it's ongoing, but at $10 million a year, it's amazing to me that we've kept pace in the way they have, and and that you haven't had more.
Yeah.
Because the investment has been pretty modest, and again, it's landowners who have had to, come up with the match. And so I guess just looking at this spike, I would certainly like to see money go into the repairs and to the renovation of the levees versus, and I know the studies are important, but a lot of that doesn't buy you the improvements that you really need in order to make those islands stable. So
Absolutely true. That's, I'm sorry, Gail.
I want to highlight one thing that Dave said, which is the most expensive of the projects are typically the ones that integrate habitat. And those are the ones that meet the co-equal goals. Those are the ones that everyone's interested in. That is the McCormick-Williamson that everyone's very excited about. That is Dutch Slough. That is Means Landing. That is Decker Island. Those are the expensive projects, and those are the ones we really want to encourage.
And if I just might make, but McCormick-Williamson, though, is a little more interior, obviously. It's not, and it certainly floods fairly frequently, and I know that the restoration is an important piece of that, but you look at some of these that are really exposed on the outer edges here, and those are some that I think are most fragile. So anyway, thanks.
Mr. Stevens, you had a point? No. All right. Any further? Well, let me just ask you a question. DWR believes that the council can act prior to any review of CEQA by the department or approval of the CEQA goals, legal requirements by the department. Is that correct?
We believe that our standard process is adequate, that the off-ramp of our work agreements retains our full discretionary authority prior to construction.
Well, are you certifying today officially that these projects meet CEQA?
No, I am not. We haven't seen adequate information to make that certification.
Okay. Then upon what do you base the conclusion that we may approve the expenditure, assuming that CEQA has been satisfied, but knowing that it is not yet? It may be. It arguably will be. Explain to me the legal, because you understand our legal advice is, sorry gang, the law is the law, and you've got to at least meet the CEQA requirements before you fund construction. So.
I'm not your lawyer. I recommend that you listen to your lawyer. I listen to my lawyers. This is the process we normally use. You may do what you wish.
Okay. All right. So, but I do want to clarify. You are not certifying CEQA approval
I'm not
today.
certifying the CAD X's.
Okay.
I wouldn't certify them anyways. I would just concur.
Well, okay. Thank you. Other questions? All right. Mr. Stevens, talk to us about CEQA.
If Gail does want to be the lawyer here, then before she leaves, that's fine. No, I think Gail's point is well taken. For purposes of DWR's process, they feel that they have a process that has enough off-ramps and allows them, reserves enough discretionary approval authority at the right time to meet the new case law that's come down, Save Terra and other cases for all you legal aficionados. For our purposes, I think, I would concur with Gail's analysis that the details are too sketchy right now for us to make our own independent determination. And I think, though, at a concept, it would appear based on the documents that we've been provided and the discussions that we've had, and by the way, I thank Gail and her staff and her attorneys, as well as East Bay Mud and others that were scrambling around to try to help us understand this stuff under the crunch. But based upon, in concept, it would appear to meet the statutory criteria for funding here. But we have to ensure that we have enough information upon which to base our own independent judgment that CEQA has been complied with, and we don't have that. It sounds like DWR doesn't have that at the present time.
Okay. Well, so let's do this. That pursues a line of questioning Mr. Bruce Collins raised yesterday. Let's come back to that. Let's get the public testimony on the record on this issue. Okay. Please. Hi.
Hi, I'm Eileen White from East Bay Mud. I'm the manager of operations, and if you'd so let me, I'd like to go up and do a brief PowerPoint presentation.
If it's brief.
It's very brief, and I think it'll address some of the questions the council has had.
All right.
Thank you for the time. There's been a number of questions about who benefits from these projects, and I think the few slides I have will show you there are multiple beneficiaries from these projects. I'm going to briefly talk about the impact of levee failures, talk about the vulnerabilities to East Bay Mud's aqueducts, but also to the particular infrastructure on these islands. I'm going to show you photos from past levee failures and how they've impacted infrastructure in the Delta. I want to briefly talk about East Bay Mud's aqueduct levee security program. Some people feel East Bay Mud hasn't done enough, and I want to be clear about what we have done. And finally, I want to show you the impact of the levee failures to critical infrastructure in the Delta. This is a map, and I want to orient you. This is Lower Roberts, which is being recommended for funding, Upper Jones Track, Lower Jones Track. I'm going to show you some photos from the 2004 failure of Upper Jones Track, and this is where it occurred along Middle River. Also, other islands being proposed for funding is Orwood Track, Palm, and Woodwood. It's important to remember when we talk about the failures of levees, they result in flooding of the islands, they can stress adjacent islands, and they can result in progressive failures of surrounding levees and threaten critical infrastructure. The aqueducts, like other infrastructure in the Delta, become vulnerable when you have flooded islands. The high winds and waves can cause stress, and I'll show you some photos. You get damage from floating debris that can cause damage to critical infrastructure. Foundations can get eroded of critical infrastructure from the wave action and the scouring. Empty aqueducts and empty pipelines, whether it's a gas pipeline or a water pipeline, will float. And finally, those steel pipelines and different infrastructure in the Delta are not designed to be submerged from these flooding events. Corrosion will occur, and it will damage the coating and the outside of the facilities. On June 3, 2004, a breach occurred in the Upper Jones Tract. This is a photo. It wasn't caused by an earthquake. It wasn't caused by flooding. It occurred on a hot summer day. So, in short, it could have been a lot worse. In the foreground, you can see the Burlington North Santa Fe Railroad, and the water level is up to the railroad. In the background, you see the McCallamy Aqueducts, either partially submerged or completely submerged. This is an aerial view after the Upper Jones Tract failure. On the left, you can see the railroad, and on the right, you can see the McCallamy Aqueducts. Because the water level was up to the railroad, and because the railroad embankment was not designed as a levee, the railroad line operation had to be suspended for a period of time due to safety reasons. The railroads was impacted. This is another view of East Bay Mud's 3 aqueducts. These are the steel aqueducts that bring water from the Sierras to East Bay Mud's 1.3 million customers in the Bay Area. These steel pipelines are not designed to be submerged. They were submerged as a result of the June 3, 2004 Upper Jones Tract failure. In the foreground, you see McCallamy Aqueduct number 2, mostly submerged. In the middle is McCallamy number 1, completely submerged. And in the background is 3, mostly submerged. This is a view of the damage to the aqueducts. The coating was damaged. East Bay Mud spent over $10 million of ratepayers' money fixing the coating to these pipelines. When the Jones Tract failure occurred, we were fortunate it was a hot summer day, but still, along Middle River near Trapper Slough, there was large winds that caused high waves. And in the background here, orient this, you can see Highway 4, and this is Trapper Slough. Well, there was concern that the flooded water was going to migrate further south and damage Highway 4 and continue further south. Fortunately, the contractor urgently worked and raised Trapper Slough 6 feet to prevent the floodwater from continuing on down to Highway 4 and south. Highway 4 is some of the critical infrastructure that would be impacted with these levee failures. This is a view looking south from the railroad trestle that separates Upper Jones Tract and Lower Jones Tract. In the background, you can see McCallamy Aqueduct number 3, and in the foreground is the rail engine that ran off the damaged tracks as a result of the Lower Jones Tract failure in 1980. The railroads are definitely impacted from these. Let's talk a little bit about what East Bay Mud has been doing. We have been partnering with the reclamation districts for decades and voluntarily making contributions above and beyond our task assessments. We support the reclamation district's efforts to maintain, restore, and improve the levees. We have contributed voluntarily over $15 million. I want to briefly highlight the infrastructure. The question came up earlier today, what infrastructure with these islands? I've showed you some photos, but now I want to show you again. There's Highway 4. You can see where Highway 4 is in relation to these islands. You saw in 2004, I showed you photos. Highway 4 was almost impacted. Then you've got the railroad line. I showed you photos. The rail line was suspended as a result of levee failures. That's some of the critical infrastructure. As you can see, the railroad line runs parallel to East Bay Mud's aqueducts. You've got the Kinder Morgan pipeline that runs parallel. That's another infrastructure, another beneficiary of these improvements. And then you've got East Bay Mud. We use the McCallum aqueducts to transport over 90% of our water from the Sierras to our 1.3 million customers in the Bay Area. If these aqueducts fail, it would be an impact to our customers. But fortunately, we have taken measures, so hopefully we'll be able to get by with the 6 months and local standby storage we have in our local reservoirs. But there could be impacts, especially to the economy in the Bay Area, because over 30% of the water we supply goes to industry and businesses. And then finally, we've got Old River and Middle River. If Upper Jones and Lower Jones and these islands fail, there's impacts to the ecosystems in the Delta. We've talked about CEQA today and environmental compliance. Well, I'll tell you, if these islands fail and there's progressive failures, there's going to be significant impacts to the wildlife and ecosystems in the Delta.
Well, wouldn't a way to handle that is to simply have the legislature agree that for purposes of bond spending for these projects, they suspend CEQA? Couldn't have been handled that way? And then we wouldn't be having this discussion.
And that's a possibility. I think the reclamation districts have completed CEQA and made the determination that these projects are exempt from CEQA. Now, I understand DWR needs to make their own independent decision. If there's some information I can provide today, I'm happy to walk through each and every one of the 10 projects, not that you necessarily
I
want.
think the real question is, have projects been designed and environmental reviews been conducted, or are they simply the determination that the applicants believe there's no requirement?
It's the determination of the reclamation districts that these projects are exempt from CEQA, given the fact that they're maintaining and improving these levees.
And you're aware that our legal advisors have told us that we may not rely upon the determination solely of the applicants that they're not covered by CEQA, and Department of Water Resources is not yet prepared to make a finding of CEQA adequacy. I know you prefer that be done differently, but it's a practical dilemma.
Right, no, and I'm aware of it. I just wanted to point out, as we're talking about the beneficiaries of the work in the Delta, that there's going to be impacts. But the other thing, Old River and Middle River, just to orient everybody, that water, it routes water to Clifton Court Forebay. Remember, this is Highway 4 that was almost flooded in the previous Jones Tract failure. This is Clifton Court Forebay. I'd like to make sure that you're all aware that Clifton Court Forebay is where the state water project pumps are located. So we're talking about impact on the water supply to over 20 million people who rely on state water project water. And we're talking about impacting the hundreds of farmers who rely on this water supply as a result of failures of these levees. This would be devastating to the economy of California. So I hope I've helped explain what some of the beneficiaries of these projects and what some of the critical infrastructure that would be impacted. So in closing, I'd just like to say that East Bay Med has and continues to make voluntary contributions to the reclamation districts. We have invested over $15 million. In addition, East Bay Mud has invested over $40 million in ratepayer money and seismically upgrading our largest aqueduct through the Delta. I'd also like to say, and I think I've shown, there's multiple beneficiaries from these projects, including Caltrans, Highway 4, Kinder Morgan, the railroad, and a state water project. East Bay Mud has and consistently has supported legislation to create a Delta Benefits Assessment District. We have shown our strong commitment to the beneficiaries' principal pay in the Delta, and we have shown by example. We strongly support DWR's recommendation, and we urge the Council to approve the $35 million for levee improvements to not only protect the water supply to East Bay Mud, but to protect the water supply to the other over 20 million people in the state of California who rely on state project water.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Aileen, thank you for your presentation. Just clarification then, the $15 million that East Bay Mud has put up, over what period of time has that been?
It's been since 1997.
Okay, so prior to that, had there been...
There was voluntary, when I went back in the records, it was
Okay.
hard to find.
Okay, so that's been over the last 12 or 13 years
Yes.
then that you made that contribution.
Yes.
So is it on, do you do it on an annual basis or is it on a project-by-project basis? So I'm just trying to get some sense about
Sure.
how you participate. If it's on an as-needed where you're helping to match this, that's one thing, but do you help them on an annual basis?
It's on a yearly basis. And I can tell you, I've been the manager of operations for 10 years, and every year we work with the reclamation districts and provide about $1.1 million in funding to fund improvements and maintenance of the levee islands.
Okay, so and the other landowners then, or other members of the reclamation district, they pay per acre assessment or however it's charged out to them. You pay just on how is yours calculated?
Oh, I want to be clear about
Yeah.
that. We pay our assessments based on the property. This is above and beyond our assessments. These are voluntary contributions.
Well, I understood the bond. I just want to know, so you are, as a landowner or holder of rights for passage and so forth, you pay that, and then you, on top of that, make a contribution.
That's correct.
And you're committed to doing that going forward?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, let's
And I was just going to say, if anybody has questions...
Mr. Nomalini's here. I know that he wants
Okay.
to testify also.
And if anybody has questions about any of the 10 projects, I don't mean to take any more time up. I'm happy to answer questions or be
you
able to
very
help
much.
answer them.
Okay, Mr. Nomalini.
Thank you very much. I'll try and be brief. Unlike Mr. Zuckerman, I think I was in the Garden of Eden for the levee program. This has been a seesaw battle over the years, trying to figure out how we should get other interested parties to participate in the Delta. And it tends to ebb and flow with the enthusiasm for peripheral canals and isolated facilities in the Delta, which to those who desire those facilities, they hope that that will insulate them from any risk of flooding in the Delta, and therefore it wanes. The levee program, we worked on it in '74 with a committee appointed by the Assembly Water Committee chairman at that time was Norm Waters. And Phil, I don't think you were in the legislature at that time. But we worked very hard to try and figure out who are the beneficiaries of the Delta levee system and how should we get them all to contribute. What we concluded was that the general benefits are very difficult to isolate, and they should be spread statewide. It was clear that Delta landowners should pay, and then when Pat Johnston was in the legislature, of course, he put forth the Delta Protection Act, which took the bulk of the Delta and put it in the primary zone and said, we're going to keep it in agriculture. We went along with that. We agreed we'd try and do it, knowing full well that from an agricultural economy, we could not sustain the level of levee protection that would be desired by the other beneficiaries. So we've played that game fairly and straight, and we fought over the canal in 1982 at the referendum. Once the referendum succeeded, which meant the canal SB 200 bill failed, I got a call from the state contractor representative, who happened to be Dave Schuster, leading the pack at that time, said, we're ready for a levee program. So we put together the Delta program that has two components, special projects and subventions. And I helped draft the legislation, most of it probably, that became law. Once word got out that the water contractors and the Delta interests were making a deal, Department of Water Resources called up and said they want to have a meeting with us. So Tom Zuckerman and I went to Sacramento. We sat in the room. We didn't know what the subject was, because normally they call us to Sacramento to tell us they're going to sue us. And we've done that a couple of times. We don't have bad feelings over it, but we don't particularly think that's the right way to do it. You can just call us up and tell us you're going to sue us. Anyway, we went to Sacramento. Long and the short of it was, what DWR wanted was half of the program. So we made a deal. The deal was you take your half under special projects, you do what you want with it, but you spend it on levies. Our half we're going to spread throughout the Delta on a Delta Levy Subvention Program, which was after $1,000 a mile, to the extent funding was available. The state would contribute 75%. So that's been the basic thrust of the program, and with the environmental community, we worked out the deal that there would be no net loss to habitat in the Delta. That was part of the deal. And so in all of this programming, we have this no net loss commitment, and environmental habitat assessments were prepared at the outset of this to gauge what it is. And what happens is in these both programs is Fish and Game has the final review on reimbursements, and they have to sign off that there's no net loss. So we mitigate, fully mitigate, for any trees and things like that that were in the original environmental assessment that could be impacted. And of course we're working with levee systems that were in place since the early 1900s, in some cases the late 1800s, so we're not dealing with new facilities. And basically what's happening, and it's not rocket science, but we're moving dirt and rock into the substructure of the levee. The levees, where there's organic soils, they suffer from oxidation, so the soil that was behind the levee that at one time was equal to pretty close to the top of the levee has gone away. We're putting that back. And to the extent that there's crown subsidence, we're replacing that periodically to bring it back up. Now, there's been talk about two levee standards. One's the HMP, which is Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Federal standard.
That is a criteria that's a threshold for federal assistance in the event of a disaster. So no one in the state should be eager, and I don't think anybody is, to see us avoid getting federal assistance in the event we have a disaster in the Delta. Environmental as well as water delivery to Southern California and our local farmers. I mean, we all should be mindful that we want to make sure we stay qualified for federal assistance in the event of a disaster. There are some people that believe that a no resuscitation approach to Delta levees might be reasonable. In my opinion, they don't understand the interrelationship of these levee systems. When you fill up one island, the seepage goes into the other, you have the wave action inside. Unless you can contain that 800-pound gorilla, it's going to break out, hit the next levee. But that seepage is the biggest factor coming in and weakening the levees on the other side of the flooded island, as well as causing seepage into the lands. Now, these are difficult challenges. HMP is the one threshold, federal assistance. The next level is the core PL 84-99 agricultural standard. So we're talking about these non-project levies out here at an ag standard, and then the project levies that protect urban areas are to a higher standard. They're 3 feet above the 100-year flood, whereas these are working towards about 1.5 feet. So if there's any thought that these islands won't fail before the urban levees, then you should get that out of your head. I mean, it's quite probable. I mean, there could be some kind of a strange occurrence. But in general, all these Delta levees and this Delta levee program is not going to force more water into the urban sector. They will fail first. Now, state planning. This is a monster. The state is supposed to have a new Central Valley Flood Protection Plan by 2012.
This is the one that we're directed to consider for inclusion in the Delta Plan.
Yeah.
So it's very important.
And in my opinion, they're not even going to get close.
In terms of dates or
Dates,
ever?
in terms of dates. And they're looking only at project levies and those non-project levies that interrelate with those. The wild cards in this are climate change and what we think will happen, or what they think will happen, to hydrology and hydraulics in a very complex system. I urged, and I failed, that the state effort should be to just set a standard that would upgrade these levees.
For all levies.
Well, urban levees in particular,
Right.
we have a standard for what we're trying to do in the Delta. It hasn't changed in the years going back to the 80s of what we've been trying to do with the levee programs we're talking about today. But I'm addressing the concern that you have for the other levees and these urban levees, which is a very legitimate concern. And there are billions of dollars available for that. For the Delta levees, unless they steal it all and use it or throw it away on rice growing and things like this, which I agree we ought to be putting it in dirt and rock at first, and we can do that later.
At the risk, Mr. Nomalini,
There's about
of
700
encouraging the Rice Growers Association
700
to immediately come over and demand
they
equal
won't.
time.
They won't
and we
because
just
it's hard to
direct you
grow
back
rice.
to the,
It's hard to grow rice in
Yes,
the Delta.
okay, thank you.
726 or thereabout millions of dollars was earmarked for Delta. The rest of the billions are earmarked for those other levees. And my gripe, and I'll just take a second, is that we're not getting that money invested promptly. We're trying to be too perfect in the design of the system, and it's obvious we're going to need a lot more than the $3 billion. So I had advocated, and I failed again, that we try and get this money expended and then be ready to go back and explain to the people what we've done, how we've done it, and why we need more money. It's not going that way. It's going into bureaucracy, and it's very difficult. And I don't know that DWR is trying to do a good job. They're trying to be perfect. There's a lot of analysis. But again, my opinion is we're moving dirt and rock, and we should be moving dirt and rock. And my simple approach as a lawyer, and I'm a lawyer for 4 of these districts, and I'm here before you as the representative of those 4 districts. But as long as the trucks come in full and leave empty, I think we've accomplished something. That means we've gotten more material added to the levee. We can refine this later on, but at this stage, moving dirt and rock promptly, I think, makes sense. I want to also talk about emergency response. We work with the Metropolitan, we at Central Delta Water, which is kind of an umbrella group, work with Metropolitan Water District of Southern California with regard to the $50 million earmarked for emergency response. What MET is concerned about is if there is this theoretical occurrence of multiple levee breaks due to earthquake, how would we respond in the Delta? It boils down to trying to get back into operation for the export of water within a 12-month period. And the theory there is to protect the south of the San Joaquin River, because the water will come through the northern part, north of the San Joaquin, fairly readily. But when we have to draw from the south, in this area that these levees are, there's a tendency to pull water in from the bay, and therefore we get saline water intrusion. So what MET wanted to do, and what we want to do as well, is fortify levees over in the southern part of the San Joaquin, and there are sheet pile and rock stockpiles now out in the Delta with part of this $50 million.
That's the emergency response stockpile. Yeah.
And that's there. And MET wanted to use it just to protect water deliveries to Southern California. And of course, at that time, we had some power in the legislature, and we said, no, we want to use it for both that and to put the levees back together south of the San Joaquin. So that's our deal. It's integrated into the flood safe emergency program. I expect it to be honored, but that's what is in place for the emergency. Now let me talk about specific things. Our CEQA compliance at the reclamation district level does not bind you, in my opinion. You make your own determination because we are relying on an exemption that does not constrain you. You have to make, DWR has to make their own determination. But let me tell you why we operate on an exemption. The levees, of course, have been here in place since early 1900s, in the latest case, which would have been Woodward. We're basically in the same footprint area. The seepage ditch defines kind of where our landward levee configuration is. It drains the levee. We're working with that same configuration. We're in a program that has CEQA or environmental compliance built into it from the start. This is not a new program. This program is in there going back into the 80s. We have agreements with Fish and Game for our annual routine maintenance that constrains what we can do on the levee, and particularly on the water side. We don't work in the water. If we worked in the water, we would go through a different procedure. We stay out of the water. We have the no net loss commitment in our agreements to do this work, and we fully mitigate for our impacts in there. So we are avoiding any, if we had a project that we thought fit the exemption but had a significant impact on the environment in an unusual way, we would treat CEQA differently than we do.
You saw the DWR chart. They say that the special projects funding requires net habitat improvement, not no net loss.
That's true.
Habitat improvement.
And that comes about not as a condition of our project, but as a condition of the program. So they have grant money available to do net habitat improvement. And when we first started the program, the plan was to have the state and Fish and Game go out and do the habitat mitigation so that we wouldn't be doing it project by project, because we know what we have to do. And they did part of that. But then they kind of stopped doing that, and now they're treating it a little differently. But the concept was that at a state level, we would do the habitat mitigation, and subsequently the habitat improvement came by a subsequent piece of legislation, AB 360, that included some marsh levees and stuff like that in the program. All right, let me go back to the technical thing. Let me talk about East Bay mud.
Wait a minute, Mr. Fiorini.
All right, go ahead, yeah.
Mr. Nomalini, I appreciate the history and,
All right.
and all the background. As one council member, I'm ready to move on.
Okay.
We've discussed this at length yesterday, again today. I appreciate all the information, and I think this is all very, very good as it applies to the development of an interim plan. I think what you've all highlighted is the need for planning in the Delta, comprehensive planning. And this particular project has become the focal point of a lot of views and thoughts. It's my opinion that the legislature has funded this, and it's up to us to make a decision. We had a motion yesterday to encumber the funds so that everybody could move forward subject to CEQA compliance. That's where I'm at. And,
Okay.
and I would encourage you and East Bay Mud representatives and others to stick around and participate in the discussion this afternoon about how we develop an interim plan. That's why we were created, ultimately, to develop a plan. And I think all of this information is much more germane to that topic than to this topic.
Okay, I don't want to talk you out of your favorable vote, but let me put a couple other items on the record, because I know Pat Johnson was concerned about East Bay Mud's contribution. We are a government entity, the Reclamation District. We're on the low end of the food chain. We cannot assess property that's not in our district, and in the case of Lower Jones Tract, the East Bay Mud Pipeline is not within the boundary of the district.
And that's because it's a
Just
different...
because that's where the boundary of the district was put together back in the early
That's right.
1900s. Now, we're going to try and change that, and we merged districts in the past. Like in the case of Palm and Norwood, we merged the districts so that the railroad and the East Bay Mud Pipeline and all the farmland is all integrated in one protective levee system. In the Lower Jones Tract case and the Upper Jones Tract, there's a separation. The railroad is in neither district. East Bay Mud is in the Upper Jones District. And there's litigation that arose out of the flooding in 2004. So we can't merge a solvent district with a potentially insolvent district until the litigation is gone. But the landowners are willing to do it, so we're waiting. Now, when we assess East Bay Mud, we have to comply with the state constitution, and that requires a benefit assessment based on an engineer's report as to what the benefits are. Now, these pipelines, although we see all kinds of secondary benefits, when the assessment commissioner sees it, they see a few acres of land in comparison to thousands of acres, and they come back with recommendations that don't generate tremendous amounts of money. And in the case, I had to litigate the case against that transmission line that claimed there was no benefit from the levee system. We won the litigation, but they didn't want to pay any assessment. So when you think that we can just go over and use our own independent personal feeling as to how much East Bay Mud ought to pay, or the railroad ought to pay, or the pipeline company, or Caltrans, it doesn't work that way. So we're constrained, and we're limited. And we're limited in funding in what we do. Now, East Bay Mud came forward with a voluntary program, but it's a year-by-year program. They can decide they won't contribute, but they have in recent years contributed. We've committed that every dollar that they put in, we put through the levee program, and any dollars that come back out of the levee program go back in the levees. So that has been lived up to. That's part of the deal. So every bit of that money helps foster the overall protection. And as far as indemnification, when the reclamation district does its work, we indemnify the state against liability arising out of our work. What we do and what we can control, we'll take responsibility for. But we will not indemnify the state against missed operation of dams, failure to plan flood control upstream, and all that other stuff, whatever goes on that's crazy, operation of the water project, scour of the channels, that's not within our control. We will not indemnify against that. And then the other thing you've got I saw this little proposal about having the wherewithal, financial solvency and assets. We cannot make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. We have agricultural lands that have limited values, and when they're underwater, they're not worth anything. If you think we can go and get money from the bank or whatever, forget it. So you can put all those insolvency conditions on it, and it means no project. And our view is that we're happy to carry out a project down at the small fish level as best we can. But we cannot undertake indemnifications and other things that are beyond our capability. So we're willing to help if you don't want to do it.
You sign grants that require indemnification already, right?
But it doesn't have a solvency provision in there. We can only give you what capability we have.
Well, but Dan,
you want to look at solvency for flood damages?
You understand that this draft language in front of us says that we recommend for state policy. We're not establishing state policy.
Well, I think it's a bad recommendation, because for the Delta, what we're going to keep in agriculture, forget it.
Well, then what utility is an indemnification agreement if your statement taken at face value is people who are fiscally insolvent should give the indemnification even though you know nothing's going to result from it? I don't understand that.
That isn't entirely true. We have liability insurance, so if it's negligence that comes out of the work, we get insurance from our contractors. So for the particular work involved, we have some insured risk that's covered.
That's because under this grants program, that's been a traditional condition for the last, decade or something.
Yeah, and we do that as a matter of practice.
Right.
But this insolvency provision that you're throwing around as policy is a killer.
Why?
You're going to conclude we're not solvent.
For the purposes of the indemnification you're already signing, you object to proving your ability to pay what you're already promising to do?
Correct. And we can only indemnify to our ability. You put an insolvency on, the state may not be solvent enough to handle the problem.
Okay.
You're talking, I hope you understand what I'm saying. When you start talking about solvency, you're talking about a totally different thing.
Look, I am familiar with it. The issue is, as most government issues ultimately are not the policy, but who pays and how much. And it's in the interest of the reclamation districts and the property owners they represent to have the state and federal contributions at the highest level and their contributions at the lowest level. From the state's perspective, and we are appointed with a statewide perspective, the notion of unlimited state liability is troubling.
Sure it is. But that risk that extends beyond the local farmers is there. And you have it. The state has it. People pass bonds expecting the state to spend money. You figure out how not to spend them and how to precondition them so you don't spend them. In my opinion, you're going to have more liability than in any effort in good faith to go forward and improve the levees. Anyway, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I apologize for not being here this afternoon. I'm in hearings over in another building, but we will try and positively comment and participate in the process.
Great. Thank you very much. Anyone else like to talk to us on this issue? Okay. Mr. Grindstaff, taking Mr. Roos Collins' suggestion of yesterday and trying to deal with the suggestion that the funds be encumbered without simultaneously violating the law on approving expenditure of monies for a project which does not have CETA certification. What do you got?
Well, and we have a draft. We do have a draft document here that needs some editing. Just was in a rush to get it out, but I'll try and fill in some of the blanks. Basically, we're recommending that in the absence of a DWR determination that the projects meet environmental standards, and in the absence of information that allows the council to do that, we recommend that the council approve expenditure of funds for design, planning, and environmental review for the 10 projects, that the precise amount of those funds needed is determined by DWR, but will come from the funds earmarked by SB XX1. And we also agree that DWR should encumber the additional funds to the maximum of $35 million to ensure that those funds are eligible for the purposes identified in the legislative act. This does not approve financing, appropriation, or other allocation of funds for construction of any project pending completion of legally required environmental documents. You can read the rest of the document here. I guess I should go to number 5 since there was some discussion.
Well, I think you ought to also highlight the council's role once it returns, because that's legally significant.
Okay. When it returns, the council will examine the documentation and make an independent determination of the adequacy of the environmental documents. The council reserves full discretionary authority to find the CEQA documentation is legally adequate, yet to reject the project on other substantive grounds. So it basically reserves that discretionary authority to the council for construction.
Yeah, and should the Department of Water Resources make a conclusive finding that the environmental documents have been satisfied, that is something we might rely on at the future hearing.
Aid in our own determination.
Yeah, right. Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, well, finish on that point. I just want, as you got to number 5, I wanted to just, you're going to cover that in a moment, but in light of some of the testimony, there's a real practical application. I understand the liability issue, and obviously, the courts continue to, wrestle with that as things come forward. But it seems to me that the practical piece of this says that if you do nothing, that there's risk there, and there's risk for all the reasons we've heard explained by the East Bay Mud representative, certainly by Mr. Nomalini, what we all know as members of this council. And I guess I just would, for purposes of what you were going to talk about here, is that this recommendation on some state policy, if we're going to have some discussion about that, the implications, and I think to do it on these projects right up front, I recognize, some of the concerns here, but, if we're going to be practical about this, then I would like to have more time before we start imposing this or suggesting this. So I would just say that whatever you come up with, I think we're getting not so much out ahead of it. It's appropriate and proper we have this discussion, but I'm getting very uncomfortable about the practical applications of what we're trying to do here in this levy program.
So you're saying the policy should be reserved for the interim plan?
Or for the future discussion, however we get there. I don't know. I didn't say interim plan. I just said
Mr. Fiorini, Mr. Roos Collins.
That would be my point of order, that items 1 through 4 apply to the project at hand. Items 5A and B are interim planning and planning that shouldn't even be a part of this discussion.
Okay. Mr. Roos Collins.
Concur. And Joe, to be very specific, I understand the decision before us to be under Water Code Section 83002A1, not the Delta Reform Act, which of course
That's
applies to
correct.
the interim plan. So I recommend that we add the appropriate citations in paragraphs 1 and 4 to clarify that the approval is under that specific 2008 authority.
Okay.
Right.
Strike paragraph 5.
That's the inherited authority from CalFed Bay Delta, or a predecessor organization.
Correct.
Yep.
And then strike paragraph 5 per the past two recommendations.
Yeah.
And that be the motion.
Mr. Johnston.
Gail Newton's presentation was a reminder that there are procedures and guidelines that are in effect with respect to levee improvements and relationships with reclamation districts. And so the department had to follow those guidelines as well as the law in making its recommendation. And she also explained the incentive system on the cost participation in order to achieve greater environmental benefits or other benefits to the island. I think I agree with what has just been said by Richard and by Randy and by Don, that in the interim plan, we really ought to engage on flood control and what are our priorities. I'm troubled by this seemingly we know nothing, we need to know everything choice. The know nothing is if we, the state, prioritize levees, then we're responsible, so we're going to say that each individual reclamation district is going to tell us what it can do and what its needs are, and then we'll agree or not agree and pretend we don't know anything more, and then we fund things, or not. On the other hand, our general purpose and the twin goals are based substantially on the risk of flooding, which involves us in figuring out which levees ought to be saved, what the cost is, how we do it, and all those kinds of matters that suggest we ought to know a lot about that, and we shouldn't be dealing with it in some discrete, balkanized, incremental way. So I look forward to that discussion, and the council and Gloria made that point first, I think, in her question. So I think we ought to get to that. East Bay Mud has acted in good faith in its application. I think I've stated what I wish were the case, but it isn't. So based on that, I would support the motion.
Okay, let's do this. The proposal is to take Joe's draft, understanding there's going to be some grammatical, spelling, and other changes in this to straighten it up, with the introduction at the top and numbered paragraphs 1 through 4. That becomes the action of the council. Items 5, including ABC, kicked over to the discussion of flood policy, flood control, probably in the interim plan, okay, and be discussed at that point. Okay, is that a correct understanding, Richard? I'm sorry, with your change also on the specification of the Water Code section under which we gained authority to review this. Yes. My apologies. Okay, with that understanding and that statement of what the motion would be, is there a motion? Yes. Mr. Roos Collins, second. Second, Mr. Fiorini. Okay, discussion. Okay, done.
Natoli, aye.
Okay, Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Bruce Collins, aye.
Okay, thank you. When we do the minute summary notes, I think this is the way to do it, is very clearly in the meeting summary indicate the language that's being transferred for future consideration at the plan, so it supports the draft, the revised language that will be approved. Okay. All right, members, we had one other thing. You've had the opportunity to review under file item number 9. This is the draft BDCP letter we labored over for, 2.5 hours yesterday. And you've got the red line copy. Any questions on that? Mr. Stevens, I don't think we need to go through it, but Mr. Roos Collins had a question.
Mr. Chair, if I may just make one final comment on item 11.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yes, sir.
We have effectively reserved for a future meeting our review of the sufficiency of CEQA documentation.
Right.
In the initial recommendation to us, the department, the reclamation districts in East Bay Mud indicated that they hoped to have construction occur this year.
Yeah.
I asked that the project applicants, or at least that was my understanding, and if that's correct, then they need to work with our staff to assure that this comes back before us in a timely manner.
Yeah.
We'll follow up on that. My understanding is that that was incorrect.
I think this is a salutary lesson about the need to have stronger control on information presented and our staff determining the adequacy of at least the stuff we look at. This was pretty loose.
Thank you.
I guess. Okay, so on item number 9, you've got the red line. Mr. Roos Collins, did you have a question on that? Mr. Fiorini, then Ms. Gray.
Just one point of a question having to do with item A, project purpose and need, that title. Responsive to comments that were provided to us yesterday, does this in any way suggest that we're asking for a reopener here in regards to purpose and need?
That wasn't the intention. I think that I tried to structure it in conformity with typical CEQA documents, which usually start out with project purpose and need. The issue was sparked, however, by a statement that was in the revised notice of preparation. But I think that based on yesterday's discussion between Richard and Hank, we had agreed on language that would
is your concern addressed by the language at the top of that page, where we thank DWR for agreeing to accept and consider these comments without the need to reopen?
No, my question just had to do with the title.
I think it was the structure, and it was one statement in there that we wanted to make sure that all of the new Delta Reform Act policies and laws were considered up front. So obviously, however they implement it is their own choice.
I just wanted to make sure that the comments that we received yesterday had been addressed.
Okay. Ms. Gray.
I had just some of the same comments. Is it absolutely necessary? Couldn't we just have the word project, which would include all the information under project, and not necessarily follow with purpose and need?
Well, I was trying to stay true to what I thought was a very good discussion, and again, yesterday's discussion on this. And again, there isn't an intent to necessarily have to go back and amend any of these broad category headings, but I think that they lay out our comments in a way that people familiar with CEQA documents will understand. So I would personally recommend that we don't change it, just like I would recommend that we don't change B, alternatives, C, mitigation conservation measures. I think that they're broad categories that help people that are familiar with CEQA to categorize and follow what our comments are. So
you're saying that's a format for CEQA, and that's what you're following?
That's basically it.
Would it have the same meaning, though, if we just had the word project? I guess purpose and need, I know your point about it clearly kind of lays out, but I was just looking at the way you did the background and the purpose, and then you have alternatives, the next one. It kind of focuses more on the purpose and the need more than just the project as a whole.
Well, that's right. In CEQA, and Richard can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a CEQA expert, but I've had to live through 7 or 8 years of CalFed litigation. Project and purpose and need is kind of the fundamental statement of what you're trying to accomplish, and everything then keys off of that. What kinds of alternatives you study, what kinds of mitigation you propose, and again, most CEQA documents are structured. It's required to be structured this way, and I think I've tried to be true to that format. So it's not intended that any one of those categories necessarily have to. We're not recommending certain changes. We're highlighting and setting down markers that now that the new Delta Reform Act is in place, you have to take that into account when you go through your analysis.
Okay, Mr. Roos Collins, and then Mr. Fiorini.
Gloria, just to confirm, it was my sense of this council yesterday, and certainly it's my understanding, that this draft does not take a position in the dispute between stakeholders whether the notice of preparation is inconsistent with the Delta Reform Act. We aren't taking a position. Instead, what we're saying here is, Department, please take a look, and please address that issue as you proceed with the preparation of the CEQA document. And I think that is useful advice, because effectively we're saying to the Department that consistency with the Delta Reform Act is important.
Mr. Fiorini.
I'm ready to offer this with the red line version for approval.
All right. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, you did it. Who said yes? Mr. Bruce Collins is second. Okay. Discussion? Mr. Natoli. Well, we had full comments yesterday. You heard all the thing. Ms. Slotnick, if you want to say something, come up. But if this turns into an hour discussion, I'll shoot you.
I don't want to get shot. Based on the discussion, however, and the changes that were made, I'm just as a point of clarification, I'm a little confused on why the first paragraph of the second bullet is still there. It's basically an excerpt from the purpose and need statement. It doesn't cover the full statement,
well, the
which
short
is covered
answer,
in the bullet,
the
and
short
it gets into
answer
that
is,
issue.
Wait a minute. I knew this was going to happen. I shouldn't have. I should have followed what I said yesterday, which we closed the hearing and we made the suggestions on changes. The short answer is the parties who were interested in this section suggested modifications that you seemed to like yesterday, and they didn't suggest that modification. I understand you've had overnight to think up other things you'd like, but the deletion of that
No, Mr. Chairman,
seems to
I'm
me
sorry.
to
I
be...
think that the changes in the discussion change the context of that paragraph. That's all. That's my only point.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion. I'm sorry, Mr. Roos Collins.
Please forgive me for this, but
Uh-oh.
but Mr. Zlotnick is correct that the first paragraph under bullet number 2 does not restate the entirety of the purpose and project.
Second bullet point on page number 2, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So I recommend that be revised to say the revised NOP includes as a purpose and project objective, period. In part, this states, or something like that. So we clarify that we are not restating the totality of the purpose and project objective here.
All right. So, okay, Mr. Stevens.
Okay. Richard, if I'm reading correctly, the revised NOP includes as a purpose and a project objective, comma, to restore. Includes was intended to mean that it's only one of those. I didn't want to restate the entire thing. I think that the issue was that I was highlighting this particular inclusion. The project purpose and the purpose and project objective is rather large. It's 2 paragraphs long. So I did use the word includes on purpose. If you'd like to clarify that.
Chris, thank you, and that's closer to the mark than what I suggested. How about this? The revised NOP includes, comma, as one of the purpose and project objectives, comma, to restore.
As one of the...
Okay.
Okay.
All right. The maker of the motion agrees to that. The seconder of the motion agrees to that. Any questions? Mr. Zlotnick shrugs his shoulders, which will be visually interpreted as seems okay, but I reserve my right to object to it later on as these things go. Okay. Mr. Stevens, you got that change?
Got it.
Okay. Further comments, questions? Okay. We have a motion. We have a second. Let's do a roll call.
Natoli, aye.
Eisenberg, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Bruce Collins, aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, under our rules, on the second day, we always take a short break at roughly 10:30, which we're going to do. We're going to take it for 10 minutes. It is now 10:40. At 10:50, we will start precisely on the interim plan. Take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please. Would some responsible party lean out the door? Is that Mr. Rosecrans in back? Lean out the door, act like a police officer, and get those members back in here, please. God, I say a lot of things like, why don't you do this, why don't you do that? He's the only person who's ever done what I requested, which means I have to be more careful in making the request or whatever. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Mr. Bruce Collins, you and I are going to start as a subcommittee, although Ms. Gray is here somewhere and other people are coming in. We have now before us the first draft of what will be 3 drafts of the interim plan we are required to adopt. Today, we are not voting on an interim plan. We are simply accumulating comments, ideas, suggestions, questions, observations, asides, hectoring, and other things, both from council members and the public on the draft. The second draft comes out and will be subject to extensive debate at our next meeting in the Delta. And I predict without guaranteeing that flood control and levees will be a big part of that, as it should be, but not the only part of the issue. Then, of course, we're slated under the motion we passed in April, I think, to adopt an interim plan by our meeting of August 27th, and then start instantly moving on to the more complicated and detailed regulatory stuff, which is the Delta plan itself, which will proceed apace according to the schedule. So, anyway, okay, Mr. Grindstaff, you going to start this?
What I'm going to do is turn this over to Terry McCauley, and I'll just sit here so I can hector too.
Okay, the Czarina, right?
Okay, thank you. And I am simply going to introduce our consultants that are here today, Gwen Buchholz and John Curlin. They're going to walk us through the document and help lead the discussion. Because it's a complex document, we're going to try to be very clear about which sections we're discussing each time. And with that, I'll hand off to Gwen.
Just one note. I got the fisheye look from this panel of experts, which is to be interpreted as, would you please give us at least 10 minutes to explain what we hope to do before you start peppering us with all of your questions, which will drive us crazy. He didn't say this, but it seemed to imply that. And I said we probably would.
They directed that comment at you.
Ah. Well, I heard it differently. Okay.
Okay. Today's the goals of what we wanted to do today in today's discussion is that we wanted to briefly go over the process that we've put together since last council meeting from the work groups and the methods to obtain input and assistance on the interim plan. We wanted to confirm the structure of the interim plan that we talked about on the outline last council meeting, and we also wanted to obtain comments on several of the sections as we walk through them. We anticipate that we should go through sections 1 through 2, 4, and 5 before lunch, hopefully, and then we'll work on section 3 after lunch. So that's our overall goals for the discussion outlined today.
Okay.
The first thing that we wanted to talk to you about was the work groups that we're looking at. We are basically talking about looking at the work groups. We've talked since last council meeting about putting together 3 work groups for the preparation of the interim plan and the initiation of the Delta plan preparation. The first one that we'd like to talk about is risk reduction and co-equal goals. We actually combined them because many of the people we thought might be interested, the same people might be interested in that time frame. We're looking at work groups not as a panel, but as basically a public meeting. And we're actually putting together this one on the, we're scheduling this one for July 8th. There'll be information put up on the website next Monday or Tuesday about this process. And we'll be developing a charter, and that charter will go up on the website so people can...
Charter is designed to do what?
The charter for the work group meeting, actually just the meeting itself, would be saying what are the goals and expectations of that meeting. That meeting on July 8th, we're anticipating would focus on levy and levy risks and emergency preparedness, more so than the rest of the co-equal goals.
Okay.
And we felt that that was one of the more important ones to start getting input on for the preparation of the interim plan. And so that was why we queued that up first. The next meeting that we're going to be queuing up is the governance and implementation, and we're anticipating that that would meet basically during the last week of July, so it'll be after the next council meeting. But at the next council meeting, we would provide a discussion of what went on at the July 8th risk reduction and co-equal goals work group meeting.
Depending on what comes out of the first work group, which will happen prior to our next meeting, if you could figure out a way to get at least a short summary of that to us before the meeting, maybe in the material, because we'd like to digest whatever you find out preliminarily.
Absolutely.
Before our next meeting.
And it'll be a facilitated meeting, so we'll be taking notes and comments along the way.
Yeah, just on your work groups, how are you constituting the work groups? Have you already laid out your membership or extended invitations? Or
No, we're actually not going to have a panel per se. We're going to open this up to the public. We'll have a website notice early next week on the website. We may also make some phone calls for some people that we would like to make sure that they are aware of it if they're not paying attention to the website.
Do you have a pretty...
and the listserv.
You have a list. Okay,
yes.
That's what I wanted to
Sorry.
be sure
I
about.
almost forgot that. I apologize.
Okay, thanks, Gwen. And you will just invite folks in to come in, so that will be your work group. If you have 500 people show up, that'll be your work group.
Yes. We hope it's not 500, but
if
we do, we'll work it out.
Okay, all right.
And we're going to be having the first meeting in the Delta Room at 650 Capitol Mall.
Okay.
So I don't know, we might be able to get 500 in there. They'll be cozy. The fire marshal probably wouldn't let us, yes. But it is a large room. I do not want to let anybody not think that is. That is you certainly could get several hundred in if you need to. Any other?
Mr. Chairman, it's not even 5 minutes, and we're already hectoring our witnesses. Is that
going to show that we are not trustworthy in our representations?
Gwen,
yes.
I do support the procedure that you just discussed with Don of open membership as well as clarity on charter. But as to the topical focus of this work group, I don't understand how it relates to number 4. And so either now or when you get to number 4, please explain that.
Okay. We will roll the point of how we are going to use the output from the risk and reduction and co-equal goals into both, you're talking about section number 4, is that what you're talking about? Because I look at it also as part of section number 3.
Excuse me, when I'm talking about work group number 4, reduced reliance on the Delta, which is water supply.
There will also be another work group that would be reduced reliance on the Delta, if I forgot to mention that. So
remember,
there's 3 work groups
we
right now.
We identified 4 subject areas for work groups, and you have the first one starting off, which you think is risk reduction and co-equal goals, right?
Right. There were 4 areas: risk reduction and the co-equal goals, the governance and implementation, and reduced reliance on the Delta. And that's when we started off as 4 separate work groups. And then as we started thinking about it, of people who might want to attend those, we said, well, maybe there might be some overlap between risk reduction and co-equal goals for the participants. So should we make, versus maybe, and this maybe we're overthinking this, so maybe we need to break back out and have a separate group later on for co-equal goals, and that would be one of those evolution issues.
And I'm asking about a different possible overlap.
Okay.
Work group number 2 refers to section 85020A, which is manage the Delta's water and environmental resources and the water resources of the state over the long term. That topical focus overlaps with the focus of work group number 4, which is reduced reliance on the Delta to meet future water supply needs. And I'm asking, how do you think these 2 work groups will relate if they keep those overlapping focuses?
Oh, okay. Yes, I do agree. I think there is a lot of overlapping focuses on any of the ones with co-equal goals. They go into various of the 8 policy objectives. We anticipate that we would have, there would probably be a continuity between these work groups because we'd anticipate that there would be multiple people that would be attending multiple work groups. And we'll have to, we don't want to keep them as a separate charge, that type of thing. We need to make this all pull together. So at this time, we were looking at reduced reliance as being something that we would start queuing up in the future, that we weren't quite ready for that in the interim plan right now, that would be much more of a Delta plan focus. So when we talk about specifics for reduced reliance, but the co-equal goals, at least initially, we wanted to get that initiated for the interim plan. But we could move these up. I mean, it's flexible.
If you intended to have both work groups run at the same time, I'd recommend reorganizing them because there's overlap. If they're going to run sequentially, I'm fine.
Yeah. No, right now sequentially. I don't anticipate that we would have 2 work groups meetings at a concurrent time frame. That would not be acceptable to the participants. Okay. In addition to, is there any other questions on work groups?
Nope.
In addition to, just to close this item out, because I know we're in time crunch, we're also working through early consultations with several of the federal and state agencies, and over the next few weeks there will be multiple meetings with these agencies and their staff to obtain information that will be going into the interim plan and Delta plan. We're also paying particular attention to the comments we receive on the website specifically for the interim plan section. And we have, some of the comments came in a little later than what we could incorporate into the document that you have today because of the time frame of getting it up 10 days ahead of time. And so, but we will again continually work through those, and we'll also continually go back and check everything from the very first letter we receive, and so that when we put together each set of versions of the interim plan and subsequently Delta plan, that they will make sure that we're still responsive to the comments. And that's very important because some of the comments weren't necessarily for the level of detail that we have in the interim plan that we have in front of you today, but they will be important as we put more detail together, and we'll go back and consistently look at those. So with that, moving on to the next item. The issues that we wanted to confirm is that we do have the organization of the document that we wanted to make sure before we started in that we didn't have any questions about that, where we have Section 1, which is the introduction. Section 2 is the uses of the interim plan. Section 3 is the policy objectives, and then 4 is the interim framework for implementation, and 5 is the interim plan implementation. So those are the overall outline of the plan, and wanted to make sure we didn't have any comments on that, just basic structure.
Yeah. Mr. Roos Collins.
When the overall structure makes sense to me, with one exception I'd like to ask you about. The Delta Reform Act describes the interim plan in the context of early actions. And as I read the interim plan, I don't see much by way of description of early actions. So how are you thinking about that?
We're going to be, as we've already started expanding Section 3, which is the policy objectives, and putting in the information associated with the early actions through looking at those. One of the sets of comments I thought was very good that we got from multiple people was, especially in interim plan, make sure you utilize the ongoing programs as much as possible, but also make recommendations. And so a lot of those things with early actions we're going to use to develop the performance measures, targets, development of the discussion of current status and trends, best available science from those early actions. Is that what?
That makes sense to me, and I take it that we'll see greater emphasis on early actions in the next draft at our July meeting. Let me just underscore one thing I'll be looking for, which is value added. Okay. For me, the plan is not about just describing what other agencies are doing and saying, attaboy. The point is for us to suggest priorities, schedules, accelerated funding. The point is to add value. Mm-hmm. So describe the early actions in a way that permits us to see, permits us to add value.
Okay, we will do that. And that would be part of the recommendations, I believe, that we'll bring back to you to make a decision on those.
All right, so you're looking for structural comments right now?
Just this, the concept of the overall structure of the sections 1 through 5, and then we'll work through each one of the sections as we move through it.
I'll just give you my reaction. It's a 23-page long total, I'd call it the interim plan, but of course I understand appendix and additions are part of the plan. But I like the approach of starting, everything starts with an introduction to try to simplify it. I'll reserve comments on whether this introduction is the right one or not for later. I particularly like the uses of the interim plan because it tries to answer a question that the statute does not. With the exception of the qualifiers Mr. Roos Collins mentioned, we're just told to develop and adopt a Delta plan, an interim plan. I like the policy objectives a lot. That's our official council policy. There's some problems with that, but viewing everything through the prism of the co-equal goals and the statutory objectives seems to me to be the best thing we can do. And then the interim framework is the start of a discussion. But you didn't ask for the appendix. I like the idea of appendix being part of it without interrupting the overall narrative. Because the hardest thing with a plan where everything's integrated into it is you're facing a 200-page document that you must read from front to end to understand. And I think you've structured this in the right way. So that's kind of my reactions. And if you came back and said you'd like to change a lot of things around, I'd listen to it because I think we may discover this is not the perfect thing. Mr. Fiorini.
I think the organization is fine. When we get to the final stages of developing the interim plan, do you anticipate an executive summary?
Yes, especially as it's going to grow from 23 pages. Yes.
That's great.
Yeah, thank you. I want to go back to the early actions.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean in terms of time frame?
The time frame that we'd be looking at
in terms of early actions
for the interim plan, we are looking at this to be at least through 2011, and because that would be
say it again.
At least through 2011. Sorry, I need to move forward. And it basically is the interim plan would be implemented until the Delta plan is fully adopted with its environmental documentation.
Give an example of an interim plan in action.
An early action.
Yeah.
One of the things that we looked at in early actions would be something like the emergency preparedness. There's a program that's ongoing right now. A lot of things have already been initiated and are established. There's a lot more planned over the next 2 years, and I'm sure there'll be more as we move into it and look at some of the details of things that would come about after 2012 also, too. So we would look at that as an early action. And again, back to the discussion of value added, what can be done with schedules, what can be done with funding, or maybe even geographic scope.
Great. Great. Thank you.
Mr. Roos Collins.
I'd like to follow up on Gloria's comment and ask, Gwen, that you pay particular attention to early actions that will contribute to our development of the Delta plan itself. I mean, as we said 2 meetings ago, the interim plan, in some sense, is directional for that Delta plan. And I'm thinking, Gwen, specifically of the obligation under Section 85082 that we will develop and implement a strategy to appropriately engage participation of the federal agencies with responsibilities in the Delta. And of course, as you know, the Delta Plan itself is supposed to include subplans from many other state agencies and local agencies as well.
Right.
So one of our early actions, in fact, several of our early actions should be commitments to engage federal, state, and local agencies meaningfully in the development of our Delta Plan. There's obviously many ways to do that. I hope that the next draft will include a recommendation how we could best do it.
We'll have those. And as I said, we're also going to have, we've also started some of the early consultations with the federal agencies, both for Fish and Wildlife Service or Reclamation, National Marine Fisheries Service. Others that need to come into play, too, are EPA. The other agencies, even in the state, that we don't always see here, too, is the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, because there's overlap of authorities and geographic scope in the Delta, and also the San Francisco Estuary Program.
And also, take a look at the section on the Delta Plan where various state agencies are called out by name. So Department of Food and Agriculture is supposed to develop a marketing strategy. Park and Rec is supposed to develop an ecotourism strategy.
Right.
Include them as well.
Absolutely.
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Fiorini, then Ms. Gray.
What will the report mechanism be to reflect to the council the outcome of those early consultations and discussions with those agencies?
Right now, we're looking at many of those meetings is a data collection, information collection process. And so I would anticipate that in the July version of the interim plan that we'll have a lot of that information there, and that we can then discuss with the council. It's the nudging, I guess, or the other words, what was it, heckling or hectoring that we'll need to work with the council, because I think that's a policy decision of how far you push those things. But we'll have the information from the staff discussions in the July version and ready for the July council meeting. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And I think this is the tricky part of the interim plan, is that the council does not have complete authority, but we do have a lot of influence. And I think it's very, very important to get all of the appropriate agencies involved and with some degree of buy-in at the very earliest stage. And I would hope that the kinds of questions you're asking us about even the structure of the interim plan, that they be provided an opportunity for input. And if they have a substantive recommendation, that come back to the council so that we can't participate in all those meetings, but at least we can gain the benefit of the knowledge that you're gaining that will help us make better decisions. Because ultimately, we do want to encourage the regulatory agencies in particular to offer suggestions and move the policies that seem to be somewhat stuck in the mud to some place of change that's meaningful. It can only be done if we get them involved early and listen.
We can provide information from, as a status report of the people we've contacted and got information from.
Good.
And any comments that they...
Then Mr. Johnston.
Yeah. Just want to go back to the early action with the emergency preparedness plan. I know this morning we talked about I think 750 levies that were not part of what we approved this morning, and I heard discussion about no one really kind of wanted to take it on in terms of identifying and making the decision as to which levies should be protected, and I think Mr. Johnson certainly talked about that. And we've talked about we don't really have direct authority over different agencies. However, I think that's important to include that in the plan, and those responsible agencies, of course, would have to do that. But I just think it's important for this council to identify who should be responsible for doing, whether it's a reclamation district or DWR or whomever, should be a part of this plan, because I think it's very critical, it's very crucial to look at those 750 levies that are not part of what we approved this morning. Thank you.
Okay, we can provide that for July.
When you fiddle around with how to hector the agencies who have statutory duties to report, evaluate, and so on, are you going to come up with creative ideas about how to translate hectoring into effective action?
That would be part of our processes that we're going to recommend.
Is this the famous recommendation that all appointed officers at the agencies lose 75% of their salary unless they comply with the statute on time? Is that what?
If the
kind
council,
of thing
if
you're
the council
recommending?
directs us to put that in, we'll definitely put that in.
I'm teasing you on that, but the point is, it's too easy to slip into statute says this, agency's supposed to do that. Everyone's talked, and everyone says they're working on it. If there isn't the rough equivalent of a report card or a measure that politely, to be sure, tells folks, you got to do it by date certain, so give us a report 30 days out on this, 30 days before that on this. I mean, I don't know of any other way to prod people except to essentially have those conversations publicly. Now, you can't just do endless public consultation here and expect to do any serious business. So I don't know how to structure that.
Well, one of the things we have in Section 3 policy objectives, when we get to that section, is we've organized that around both the legal authorities, but also performance measures, as described in the statute for 85-2211, and to make sure that we have objectives and targets and reports for the status of how those performance measures are moving forward, and that we feel that that's going to be in the interim plan initially. I think it's going to be a framework of how we're going to go about it, but it's going to have basically monthly or bi-monthly targets that we need to get reporting back all the way through, not just during the preparation of the interim plan, but as we prepare the Delta plan and the environmental document over the next 18 months. So I think that needs to be triggered as part of our implementation plan for interim plan. And the framework, the details would be in Section 3 as we'd envisioned it, but the process then would be part of the implementation in Section 5.
Okay. Mr. Bruce Collins.
Mr. Chairman, you may have just defined the dividing line between nudging and hectoring, namely a 75% loss of pay. But
no, that was a consultant suggestion. That was not mine.
But I'd like to follow that line of reasoning for a moment. The interim plan is not enforceable.
That's correct.
The Delta plan will be.
Mm-hmm.
In a way, what the interim plan is saying is, please start making tracks in the following direction, because a legally enforceable requirement may follow in the Delta plan itself. And I think that needs to be clear. And so, Gwen, in addition to performance metrics, which may apply to all in the Delta, I do hope that we use who, what, when, and where to describe early actions, because we will be tracking those as we develop the Delta plan itself.
Okay. We'll make sure that that table is very clear and not just lost in the text then.
Ms. Gray.
Can I just add when, not when, what, where, but when will it happen, is my point.
Oh.
Time frame for when it will happen.
When it will happen.
Okay. Other comments on structure, not content, but structure at this point? Mr. Antoli, you had a...
Just looking at your number 4 on your structure here, and you have the interim framework for implementation of the pages 15 through 19, I believe, in that section.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm a little bit curious, and I know certainly on behalf of the Delta Protection Commission that one of the suggestions that's been put forward is the recent adoption of the Land Use Resource Management Plan, and this talks about different plans as being the framework. And I guess I know there's been discussion about informing development of the interim plan and certainly the plan as a whole, but I'm curious as to why that may or may not be elevated to a status of one of these when that's a very current plan. It was 3 years in the works, and it's only one element of all these moving parts that you've outlined here. And so I'm kind of curious as to, and maybe you haven't made a judgment about that yet. I know the comment's been received. You're still vetting that, but as we look at the structure, and that's why I related to the structure, you're calling out certain titles and certain aspects. Obviously, those that you were directed under 3 relative to the policy objectives, but I'm under 4. That's where you talk about a flow plan that's going to be done by a particular body. You've got ecosystem restoration plan, other preparation of certain information. And I do think if you're going to inform this plan, this interim plan, as well as the plan, that in my view, that on behalf of the commission, that has a certain level of standing as it relates to what the commission took on relative to the public process, all that went into that with all the agencies that weighed in. And so I guess my question to you, Gwen, is it appropriate to consider that as a piece of that 4, maybe with a heading or not? And maybe you haven't made that judgment, but I guess I just want to put that out there for the structure. I'm not talking about content so much at this point in time, but just as your structure, because in my view, that's a relative but an important piece of the overall discussion we're going to have in putting this plan together. So,
so when we get to section 4, I'm not. I understand the comment, when we get to section 4, I think that we should probably address that in a little more detail.
And again, as it's a structure as a heading, not to make any value judgments about that plan or anything else at this point. Thanks.
Okay.
I did want to add one other comment on how you've structured the analysis of the objectives, and what you've done is you've topic for discussion and you provide a background statement. Then you go to the legal authority with which we deal with it, then performance measures and targets, then current status and trends or whatever it is, and best available science. I think that is a terrific approach. It's not perfect. It doesn't work in each case identically, but having issues come up where that framework is used to prepare us for consideration is more helpful than many other things I can think of. So I think it'll work. We have to work out some details on that, but that is a very useful thing to do.
Good. All right.
Okay. All right.
Let's move ahead into if you had any comments specifically on section 1, or if we should. Section 1 is pretty much a summary of where we're moving forward in the introduction of the document. But I think I heard the chair or somebody else say they had a comment specifically in section 1.
Only on I view section 1 primarily right now as a placeholder. It might even turn into a executive summary, which means it would have a different tone and flavor. And if I had to do anything, I just flag that the information you say you will provide, as described in the introduction, I think is absolutely right. But I'm not sure I'd put it in an opening document for an interim plan, only for ease of narrative. And so I view it as a holding action, but I think you have to start with something like that.
Okay.
That was my only comment. By the way, members, as we walk through this sections, any comments, suggestions, observations, very helpful to deal with. And can I ask one? I'm sorry. On page 3, important terms used in this interim plan and their definitions are as follows. These are taken. The provisions are taken from the statute. Is that correct?
Some of these are covered in the statute, and some of them are language that we've been using within the document that we realized we needed to provide a definitions to in the front end. And as we move forward, we may change those too.
No, I understand. Mr. Grindstaff.
I want to point out the best available science is something that's referred to often, but there is no clear definition, and that will be an important thing in this document, to actually try and put something in writing, because that standard, no doubt, will be something various people will refer to. It would be really helpful for the council to say, this is our definition.
There's an example where, although the legal implications come in the Delta plan and in any action we otherwise take authorized by statute, but highlighting an arguably good definition of best available science means we have something to measure these fights and issues and disputes against, and also something we can work with the Independent Science Board on, saying, here's the measure as we see it. Give us your reaction of what the best available science is in these range of areas.
And it is going to be difficult on certain items that relatively aren't in science orientation, so we're going to have to be creative.
Got it.
How will you deal with data gaps?
In the it'll be interesting because in the interim plan there will be certainly data gaps going forward, and we're going to have to look at if there are data gaps and they need to be completed, and it doesn't seem like anybody has that information. That's going to have to be part of the Delta Plan process, and the Delta Plan. Although we're moving ahead for the November version of the Delta Plan that would be adequate enough to provide a project description for the notice of preparation for the CEQA process, we would also then continue to work on the Delta Plan, and there'll be another draft version that goes out in the middle of 2011, and so we'll be filling those over the next year.
Okay. Mr. Ruskall.
To the best of our ability.
Mr. Chair, just a fine note on your suggestion about the interim, about the Independent Science Board. I'm assuming that Joe will have contracts with the board members by Monday or so. But whenever you have them, Joe, it seems to me that this definition should be an early task. As we know from ESA experience, the definition of best available science is difficult.
Yep.
And requires some attention from our board.
Yeah, there was a note from Mr. Dom today that he's gotten he's notified 5 of the 10 of the action of the council yesterday. I think a press release has gone out confirming. So, yes. Okay. All right, that's Section 1.
Section 1. We're going to have John Curlin's going to discuss Sections 2,
okay.
And then we're going to actually group Section 2, 4, and 5 together, and then we'll come back after lunch and do the details in Section 3.
Got it.
So,
Mr. Curlin.
Thank you. And these sections do relate to each other as a set, so I think it's appropriate to talk about them as a set, and certain questions will rise about them specifically, but they, as a set, structure expectations about your work and how you do your work and organize yourselves, and the purposes, which are the first uses. And I'm going to try to go through these 3 sections in less than 15 minutes overview, knowing that there's quite a bit of detail in the document. We can come back to that. But as they are a package, I think it's useful to go through them. In looking at the usage interim plan, which has been observed as only a 1-sentence reference in the statute, 5 purposes or uses were identified. And the first is to satisfy a number of early actions that are specified in the Act itself, and they are listed on page 4, and they do enumerate, as an example, the relationships with other agencies that Councilmember Collins called out for particular attention. These are examples of these, and if this is not the full listing of such relationships, it is a start on that list. So that's the first use, to basically inform that set of relationships. The second use is on the top of page 5, and that is to inform advice from the Council of other agencies where you're specifically required to give them recommendations. And 2 examples are listed here, and you've already done one of those, which was on the allocation of funding under Prop 1E. And I think as we go through this interim plan, some of the other sections, some of the issues that arose in that review are addressed, particularly in sections 4 and 5, particularly in section 5. Third use is to assist the Council in your roles as a responsible agency in development of a BDCP, environmental documents, and possible appellate body. A lot of that is driven by the statutory requirements of CEQA. This will flesh out some of the substantive materials, we hope. Fourth, the Council is being asked to comment on possible projects that people are talking about and bringing forward. Indeed, appendices that are a part of this document, appendices, I've got to get the numbers right here, 5 and 6, which are essentially a long compilation of existing ideas out there. Any one of those could be brought before the council and say, what do you think about this? You're going to sift through them. These become the interim plan will help you make judgments about how you analyze those and what you say about them. And fifth, as has already been suggested, how you behave under the interim plan basically lays down tracks for your expectations for the Delta plan. So those are the 5 uses that were identified in Section 2. Skipping over Section 3, which is...
Do you want to see if there are any questions on Section 2?
With your indulgence, I'd like to leap forward to 4 and 5.
4 and 5.
That's the crazy request that I made, and I'd like to do it if it's possible, because I do think that these things sort of fit together in this.
Okay. Section 4 appears on page 15.
Yeah, starts at page 15. Thank you for the reference. Section 4, in some ways, is the most. If someone asks, well, why is this in here? It's the one which would take a 3-sentence explanation. And this is a set of recommendations for a framework that revolves around 6 tools that seem to me to do 3 purposes. And this isn't as well explained in the draft.
6 tools to do 3 purposes?
Yeah.
Okay.
One is it structures your core responsibilities, information that comes before you and how you use it. Second, it communicates your work to others, what decisions have been made, what can guide their actions. And third, it begins to allow you to mark progress over time to measure how you're performing. And I think those are 3 valuable purposes, and let me explain a little bit how they work. Section 5 gets into some process questions, and I don't want to talk about those right yet. I view these tools as not static. That is, in each case, they evolve. So there'll be, if we turn, for instance, to the Delta water flow plan, if this is an area where, in a simple language, these are constraints under which the council and everyone acts. These are decisions made by the State Water Resources Control Board, biological opinions, court decisions, but they are critically important to the operations of the Delta and your policies and your choices. We're anticipating developing a map-based graphic here. A version of that was developed by the State Water Resources Control Board to show how Decision 1641 was implemented. It included a discussion of flow and water quality both on one graphic. It was a very valuable graphic. Conceptually, it helped you understand that these decisions are made on the basis of a number of locations in the Delta where we have systematic and long-term data collection. And we wouldn't expect those to change. That is the regulatory framework and the database you're dealing with. Understanding that is valuable. So we're hopeful of developing an updated water flow plan. And again, in many ways, this is a constraint that operates. If we turn to the other 2, the next one, Delta System Restoration Plan, expecting it also to have a graphical element, but probably some bar charts or line graphs to measure progress toward targets on performance measures. There are lots of ecosystem restoration projects already underway, and there are multiple plans in play to further ecosystem restoration. You've heard about BDCP as one of those. You heard about the ecosystem restoration program at Department of Fish and Game. All 5 counties in Delta have their own HCPs. Habitat conservation programs you heard about. All of this is ongoing. The new Delta Conservancy has some responsibilities and aspirations, potential roles as doing ecosystem restoration. The thought here is to begin to pull that together into one integrated document which will be available to guide the council action and to form others. Since there are so many actors in this, the first step could be simply understanding what the proposals are, and are there any inconsistencies, overlaps, and then are there gaps, et cetera. And in time, and this is also an example of the suggestion of either hectoring or providing nudges or value added, the necessity to move these things forward in a timely fashion, an effective and integrated fashion could be dealt part of this section. The next tool, which is talked about on page 16, and an example of one element on page 17, is a set of core responsibilities. You've already touched on it, which is a map and table of current levee system integrity. The levees are integral to the very existence of the delta as we know it, to the functions we try to get out of it. And as you've heard in the discussion about the value of specific levees, etc., there's a lot of both high stakes here, a lot of uncertainty, and a lot of diffusion of responsibility. The Council, as I understand your charge, has clear decision-making responsibilities here with inputs from others. Section 85306 charges the Council, in consultation with Central Valley Flood Control Board, to make recommendations to the Delta Plan for priorities of state investments in levees. And so in this section, this will be, in essence, the beginning of the foundational work to begin to make such recommendations. Our intention for this first interim plan step is to get as accurate information as possible on the current levee status and of the land uses associated with those levees. And the table that is on page 17 was developed in the television strategic plan process, which the statute requires you to look at as strategies. It could be the basis of making recommendations for priority investments. You could say, well, we have these assets we need to protect to this level. Equally, it can be, this is the amount of protection afforded by the levee. We think the associated investments land use is appropriate for that level of protection are X, Y, and Z. So this will be a critical element. Much of this information is available. It has not been pulled together in one public decision-making body yet. The next one, the map of planned delta land uses.
Page 18.
Yeah, page 18 and 19. I'm sorry, 18 only. Councilmember Natoli has already referenced the work by the Delta Protection Commission. That is an important part of this, and he asked, should it have standing? It is clear that the Commission has particular responsibilities for land use planning and the consistency of county plans, my understanding of the statute and non-lawyers' understanding. With that resource management plan, it's also clear that those plans need to be consistent with the Delta plan, as I understand what your counselor has said, and also my understanding. So this needs to be an integrated understanding of what is going to happen in the Delta in terms of land uses, and assembling that in one place and seeing how it hangs together is the intent here. If it comes out of the DPC 100%, wonderful, that's a resource management plan. If there are parts of the DPC that doesn't, in my understanding, go into Sassoon Marsh, which is part of your area, you need to get that added in. If there's some inconsistencies, it needs to be addressed here. So the intent is to build that.
Yeah, just so I be clear then, John, your reference here, certainly the land use portion of it, but the resource management plan has, any number of elements that include certainly infrastructure, natural resources, and talk to obviously the three legs of the stool as initially laid out for the Commission in previous legislation, the recreation, the environmental, and the agricultural aspects of that, and that's all integrated into that. And again, I'm not saying that that's necessarily a template, but it would seem to me in an interim plan that beyond the land uses consistency with general plans and the things that the Commission has as its charge, that resource management plan, though, provides some significant backdrop for not only development of the plan, but certainly integration in it as a tool to measure, because there's been a lot of thought, again, that's gone into that, and certainly a lot of, and again, I don't see that necessarily being diminished here, but I don't see that, you talked about the land use piece of it. I mean, there's that resource management. It goes into great detail about, the values in the Delta that are certainly embodied in the broader goals that are, in reform legislation. So I guess it seems to me that it's referenced here, but how that gets used as a tool for measurement, it seems to me it's a bit downplayed. I mean, I may be wrong about that because this is just a starter draft here. But
I think I understand the question, and I think you will need to sort out and provide us guidance to sort out. In this case, the tool was intended to emphasize the land use dimensions, but the other dimensions you talk about, I think, are wholly appropriate to make certain they're incorporated into and of course the influence of the land use dimensions. The next item is a finance plan, which is briefly described on page 18 and the top of page 19. Finances are always a challenge, and they're particularly a challenge in this context because the legislations which authorize you did not provide essentially any financing other than access to a small amount of bridge financing. And so what's intended here is to do three things. A finance plan, I think, would be a critical element for ongoing work of the council. What's intended in the interim plan is to begin to initiate collection of information on the public finances that are currently in play in the Delta. Your discussion of the levies was a classic example of a lack of informational base that could inform your decision. We have begun to identify the data that is available in state controllers' reports on all of the reclamation districts.
This is their annual special districts report?
Annual special districts. We intend to start to build a base of information that would inform the council's action and also preparation of the Delta plan. This will be an informational element for that. So I think additionally, beyond that, a plan for the financing of the council's activities and of the activities, the enhanced responsibilities of the Delta Protection Commission, the new Delta Conservancy, and of the various projects and activities that you anticipate. The development of such a plan, I would recommend, should start at this stage, and then however far it gets in the interim plan, it can be part of the Delta plan. It's going to be part of a set of legislative discussions or whatever, but to begin to talk about the finances of this, first to get the available information organized and then talk about what's needed for the future. I could imagine in the longer run, the council, as I understand its responsibilities, will never have full responsibility for making investment decisions about the Delta, but simply the ability to understand all of the decisions being made, pull it in one place, make it visible to the council, will inform your decisions, and you will have some investment decisions to make. The last tool that was identified speaks specifically to your responsibility under Water Code Section 85021, which is the one that is to reduce reliance on the Delta as a future water supply through a statewide strategy investing in improved regional supplies, etc. My understanding of based on now 4 years of work in California water policy, actually some earlier, but more recently 4 years, is the state really doesn't have either the policy tools, the information base in place to track this, to understand how to do it, or to track it. Parts of it are in place, but this would begin to assemble information on what is being done and make it available to the council. It's a good example of a tool which would allow you to measure progress of others and decide how you should intervene. So that was a discussion of those 6 tools. You are all being amazingly patient, and if you'd give me just another couple of minutes to let me talk about implementation, which is Section 5.
Wait. He's begging to be allowed to talk about number 5. Write down the question.
Yeah, I will beg for this sort of thing. So okay.
All right.
Section 5.
Page 21.
Page 21 and 22. This is not as well organized in the first draft as it could have been, for which I apologize, and maybe others should have kind of apologized too. But the intent of it is really listed in those 4 bullets at the top of page 21, then with an ending items on page 22 and 23. So let me just talk about the 4 bullets. The first one is the outreach, which has been talked about. We need a systematic plan for outreach and engagement of other agencies whose activities are related to, and we just heard a request for that a few minutes ago. That is intended in the interim plan. There's only a placeholder, a one-line placeholder right now, but that needs to be spelled out. The second recommendation is you develop a formal annual or biannual work plan. This, I find, is a critical element in the success of any body, such as yours, which has responsibilities, but is also a primary device for organizing others to interrelate with you. So that if on your work plan you say that you are going to put on a emergency response exercise that you want to see occur in the first quarter of 2011, that signals to others that that's what you want, and then that's what's your responsibility of that, to go out and work with them. You can't do that on your own, in my understanding. Well, how do you get that done? What happens? Did you meet that target? And if you have a work plan that lays out what you anticipate having happen over a couple-year period, it does provide guidance to your staff, whoever is supporting you, and it also then structures the relationships with others. So the development of that work plan, I would give high priority, and it'll change, but particularly given the workload you will get, in the absence of a work plan, it's pretty easy to bounce from around amongst requests and miss some of the things that are important. The third recommendation is you use some formalized procedures for core repetitive responsibilities of the council, and you already began to adopt one of those in your discussion of the appellate function under covered actions. But I think you have others also, and indeed some of them come before you already. And some ideas begin to get developed on the bottom of page 21. Is a early attention, develop procedures and process to bring information requests for recommendations to the council for projects that information would include. Think now of how you just dealt with your levy issue. This is whatever issues however this gets filled in, some expectations about what comes to you and how people bring stuff to you is valuable to develop. Secondly, they're on page 22, under council will adopt procedures regarding receipt and processing of information requests, including at least some forms for use in submitting materials. This is part of your outreach to develop these. This begins to become a set of decision rules also, which leads down. Council will not consider or act on conceptual proposals. You need to decide this. You will issue specific written findings and decisions. This is the beginning of a conversation about what could be in there. The fourth thing are some simple decision rules, which you've already begun to model, and I guess my question is how far you want to go in writing them down, and I recommend going a ways. Here are four that you've already stated in the deliberations I've heard. One, you want transparency and lots of opportunities for people to participate. Second, the use of best available science. You're required by statute to do that. That's a set of processes as much as a static set of information. Third, you want to consider any project or decision against the 8 policy objectives and the tools that are outlined here. You've already begun to do that. And fourth, the commitment to make progress on all the policy objectives over roughly similar time frames, a roughly equivalent certainty, et cetera. However you want to phrase that. I heard that phrased in the discussion of BDCP and some unease among some council members about the high degree of specificity on water delivery schedules and projects, and much less specificity and certainty in financing on ecosystem projects. This would speak to that. So whether these are the right decision rules, some discussion about that is valuable. The last 2 points here are, one, a sort of advisory to all that you are going to move from this framework into a pattern of when you have a Delta plan and when you have more clear authority, and that the large sweep of issues will be considered in the development of that Delta plan, and that people who are engaged in those activities ought to anticipate this council in its Delta plan saying something about that. The interim plan may help provide some guidance about that. They may come forward before us in an early consultation on that, but it's a notice that it is important to accept that you understand that you will be making some actions later on. And the last commitment here is essentially the commitment to engagement and transparency, which I think is important to iterate. So thank you very much for the indulgence of going through 2, 4, and 5 as a section.
And now we can stop twitching and ask the questions.
Yeah,
okay, Ms. Gray.
Thank you. On page 11, on page 18, actually, under the finance plan, I know the initial effort will be to collect data on current finances, and I know that our role will be to develop policy as it relates to future financing needs. But I'm concerned, why wouldn't you have something there that talks about the sustainability of those projects? And then I went to page 21, and then you kind of talked about it, the last paragraph where you have early attention to certain projects, and then you have listed number 5, which kind of talks about financing and as it relates to the operation and maintenance of those planned projects. Does that cover it in number 5 on page 21, my concern?
Conceptually, I would separate those two, and number 5, what's on page 21 under number 5 is essentially an expectation about information that comes to you in a decision rule that you are going to live by. And again, in the discussion of the levies, you began to move this way.
And this is for individual projects, correct?
Yeah, but it does play in. There's a linkage to the finance plan, because a finance plan has to provide the basic fundamental, the way I think about a finance plan, what are the streams of revenues and that are going to meet the expenditure needs of this council, other related bodies, and the projects you undertake. But a typical finance plan would not go to a project level. So that if the finance plan would talk about the system that is in place for the financing of sustainability of levies generally, and we heard already of the policies the state has in place.
Right.
But if you ask the question specifically about the levies that are at the core of the Delta 4 levies, or the ones that are before you on today, if the finance plan, I wouldn't expect to say that, but you would then, if someone comes before you, as they did today with the project, will say, well, how does this play out? We've just been asked to approve $35 million, which looks like a large increment of investment. What's the next tranche? What happens after this? What's the financing behind this? You began down this path with what's the relation with East Bay Mud. No one asked the question, I don't know what your legal standing is, to ask the question of the railroad, what are you contributing to this? What happens the next time? But at the project level, I think it's wholly appropriate to ask those questions.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Fiorini, then Mr. Roos Collins.
I have several comments and questions. First, the comment, page 18, reference to the map. Early on, we received testimony about the need to have an accurate map. And I think at our next meeting, that will be held in the Delta, would be a perfect time to have poster presentations of the quote-unquote official map of the Delta. And the residents who are the closest to knowing the appropriate names for all the islands and the roads and locations and infrastructure and so on. It would be a perfect time to roll that out, just to get input on that. So that's item 1 on maps. Page 18, the finance plan. The narrative in this is very heavy on uses, but almost silent on sources. And I think an adequate finance plan needs to address sources and uses. And I think it's not the most desirable topic for this council, but I think we need to not be silent on sources of funding. And so as we move down the line, I'd like to see some narrative about funding sources. On page 21 and also page 22, talk about the annual work plan and outreach to agencies and stakeholders I've already mentioned I believe, and you've heard from others, about the importance of outreach to agencies and stakeholders, and I'd like to see that developed into how we outreach to agencies and stakeholders, so everybody's clear about how we're going to achieve that. Now, as to the work plan, and which would necessarily flow to performance measures, I'm very familiar with measurable objectives, and I think that that's extremely important in this. And as we develop an annual work plan and report back on the progress made as it relates to performance measures or measurable objectives, I'd like to include in that a summary of the projects that are ecosystem restoration related and those that are water supply reliability related, or if they are both, so noted. But I think in terms of performance measures, we need to continue to hold before us the co-equal goals and remind ourselves why each one of these particular actions is being implemented.
And the Act, just quickly to reinforce that, the Act actually calls out measurement of progress on those two dimensions, and it spells out sub-measures for those, for both water and ecosystem.
Good.
So the Act really sets you up to do that. I think it's a nice authority.
Good. And then the last item on ecosystem restoration, on page 22, it's the last item, number 1 on that page. When are we going to get to the topic of those influences in the Delta that are harmful to aquatic species? There's a number of mentions in all of the documentation, and I know we haven't covered it all yet, but in reading through it, there's many references to flows and exports, but there's very little comment other than the general comment about stressors. We've recently seen a letter from NIMFS about the concern of predation. There was a recent scientific report released about the negative impacts of ammonium discharges into the Delta. At what point does the interim plan begin to tackle those specifically and beyond the general stressor?
I'm not certain, and I think, but I hear the issue, and I think we need to find a way to get it in. And I'm not certain quite where it fits, but it absolutely needs to be introduced. So
that concludes my comments and questions.
Okay, Mr. Roos Collins.
My turn to Hector.
Yes, sir.
Can I just add one thing to your last comment? Is that in Section 3, as we put
that we skipped
detail on Section 3, that's where that information is going to come to the specific issues about reducing measures for other measures to reduce other stressors.
Okay, Mr. Roos Collins.
Let me begin with Section 4 on page 15. Follow up to Randy's comment. We need as a tool an inventory of plans, programs, and regulatory authorities organized by objective. Now, Appendix 5 heads in that direction, but it doesn't really organize by objective stated in 85020. That's obviously important because, as Randy commented earlier, some of our effectiveness is guiding other agencies in their implementation of their plans, programs, and authorities. So let's inventory them.
So you'd like to add a tool which does that. I like the idea of doing that, but you'd like formally to add a tool for that as a recommendation?
I'd recommend that.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea, including the necessity of making the information available to us on website. Everything we're going to do will be public at some point, but if it's a tool for us to evaluate, that tool in a roughly comparable format ought to be available to the public as well at the same time. I like that approach a lot.
So let's take Objective D as a for instance. Promote statewide water conservation, water use efficiency, and sustainable water use. I recommend that we consult with the State Water Board, the Department of Water Resources, and other agencies which have related authorities and ask them to provide their inventory. And then, as the Chairman just suggested, we provide that in some transparent form. That will help us as we draft our Delta plan this fall. My second comment goes to Section 5 on page 21. And, John, specifically it's the discussion of consultation regarding, early consultation regarding projects.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think we have to be careful here, following Gloria's advice, to be clear which early we're talking about. Early actions, as described in Chapter
85080 at set.
As described in Part 2, are those actions that occur before the Delta Plan is adopted. Mm-hmm. But then, as you know, the term early consultation is used with a different meaning once the plan is adopted. Now, I'm not clear whether you're talking here about consultation that occurs during this interim period or early consultation that occurs once the Delta Plan is adopted.
I think this is one where we need some guidance because I think that my own sense from a policy perspective, and someone will have to help sort out the legal issues here, is that you're advantaged by early consultation during this interim period. And indeed, I was thinking about how, for instance, one goes out and engages a state, local, or federal agency, and you're talking about what they're doing. And they say, well, gee, we're doing this, and the question immediately becomes, well, how does that relate to the authorities of the council and what could be in the Delta Plan? Well, it could be in the Delta Plan. We've basically begun an early consultation. What's the meaning of that? What's the relationship there? And why do you think it fits? Does it fit an exclusion? I think you've effectively begun an early consultation. How formal you want to make that, I think, is a question. But I think we'd benefit from some guidance or some at least preliminary thinking there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I agree with that. And could I offer my early thinking and test
yes,
it,
sir.
my current thinking and test it with other members? John, I've been thinking a lot about how the Delta Reform Act relates to the Delta Protection Commission Act. And if you go back and read that, and Pat, of course, can tell you without reading it, it calls for a plan to be developed and then consistency to be determined as against that plan, but it also calls for consistency to be evaluated before that plan as against the statutory goals. And so beginning on day one, the Delta Protection Commission back in 1991 or whenever that was, 1993, had consistency determination authority. As I read the Delta Reform Act, subject to correction by other members or our council, our consistency determinations run against the Delta Plan and not against the goals. So between now and January 1, 2012, early consultation is in anticipation of the Delta Plan that we will adopt by January 1st, 2012. Now, it could still be meaningful, but plainly it will be in anticipation of something we have not quite yet completed. And if that's correct, then what we're doing under Section 85212, which calls for consultation with regional and local agencies, is effectively saying, here's where we think we are heading, here are things you should keep in mind, and we will make a formal determination once the plan is itself in place.
I think that's one where I responded consistent with that, but I've also at times, and I'm not an attorney, so let me preface that first. That's a place we could use some guidance. The Act also states a number of state policies, starting with achieving the co-equal goals, and a question becomes: which of any of those are operative today? And we need someone needs an answer to that, and it's parsing through this. This applies today, and this doesn't, etc.
I wanted to add to that this is even more complicated in some instances because you have projects that may be staged. I'll give you an example. At a call from Contra Costa Water District, they're planning to enlarge Los Vaqueros Reservoir. The first phase of that enlargement, raising the dam a few feet and increasing the size, is probably going to be under construction by next year, so clearly won't be covered by the Delta Plan. We won't have a Delta Plan complete and enforceable by next summer. However, they plan a phase 2, which would take place perhaps some years in the future, and they're completing documentation now, so they just called and said, hey, here's a heads up. This is something we ought to talk about and work on. And as I've told you before, we had the concern from Delta Wetlands, who wants to do the in-Delta storage project. So the issue of how we meet and work with people on their issues so that we are value added. I think you used that term earlier. I think that's where we want to be. We want to be value added in this, is one we have to work through. And I don't have the answers, but I have the problems.
Well, Joe, let me then offer a suggestion for you to consider as you think further about the problem. It seems to me that it would be unhelpful for this council to say that our formal consistency certifications begin on or after January 1, 2012, so go away and come back then. The world is going to turn quite a bit between now and then, and leave aside
Couldn't agree more.
Our development of the plan. We need to be helpful to those who might be undertaking staged projects or planning efforts that will mature after January 1, 2012. And so I think, focusing specifically on page 22, that we should consider the possibility of an advisory procedure where we do not offer a binding view, because we can't. We don't have a plan which is the basis for a binding view. But we offer advice on whether a particular project or plan appears to be heading in the right direction.
I agree with that, and I agree that I think it needs to be in the interim plan so everybody can see in writing this is what we're planning to do in the interim until we have that plan.
Okay, anybody else? All right, let me just, I'm trying to find a way to shorthand the interim plan as to purpose. So I keep getting drawn back to the uses of the interim plan, which I think is really an interesting way to start thinking about it. And I'm going to propose, I'll tell you how I think about this, and then immediately tell you that I know it's not a sufficient description, but I tend to view the interim plan, which, by the way, we must adopt by the meeting in August under our prior decision, which means we cannot address or answer all the questions that are raised. I think it's procedural, fundamentally. Yes, I acknowledge there are elements of it that start talking about policy, particularly on the emergency response, flood control stuff, that we're already being drawn into it. I also agree that the early action statutory language is something that compels us to go beyond merely a procedural stuff. But I tried to think to myself as if I had not been sitting through these meetings, but somebody said, "Yeah, you ought to really see what they're up to." I'd like to walk in somewhere, a website in an office, and say, "Give me something that tells me what you're up to." And I think the interim plan might be that, because what we're starting to talk about, not perfectly yet, is how we will address the charges that have been given to us by the legislature and interact with parties. That's thus the project. So just an illustration of what I'm thinking about. I'd like the interim, I believe the interim plan would be benefited and the process would be benefited if we took things we'd already done. For example, we adopted council rules, public meeting, all the stuff that Chris had us do. Non-controversial, nobody had any, but those are unknown to anybody but us, and we forget them. Should they not be either referenced or incorporated into the plan? I don't mean that we delay all the procedural questions we have until the interim plan is adopted, but we've taken action that it is important for the public to know and for us to remember about how we act. the discussion we had yesterday on the administrative procedures started with Chris's outline, which was a consistency determination after the plan's adopted, plus the appellate BDCP review. But, at the end, after we'd gone through it, it became a set of rules that put parameters around all the various things we would do, including consultation. And that got us into the alternative dispute resolution and so on. I think it would be enormously important to have all of that process somehow in the interim plan. Now, footnote, I am not suggesting that we delay the administrative procedure decision until late August. I don't believe that. We're not negotiating. These are our operating rules. But that, to me, would be very important. The second thing is, and since you all suspected I would bring it up anyway, the interim plan has started to inch toward graphic presentation of contextual information, this first draft. Well, damn it all, the supply-demand issue in California is one that's, I forced you all to do something at the first council meeting in April on a slideshow and then trash that. And I know Joe's working with the consultants on a second slideshow. I reserve my right to trash that. And I believe John is correct that the information is skimpy at best because as a state, there are a lot of interests who are not benefited by the collection of clear information and its dissemination. It's politically controversial. I don't see how we can do anything unless we start to put out there in graphic form as well as the endless narrative what are the contextual facts we're operating under. A map of the Delta with land ownerships is a snapshot in time. A measurement of the Department of Water Resources, what do they call it, their inventory of water supply, which is a snapshot in time by wet years, dry years, whatever it is. All of those things, and put aside the fact about how water is used, where we have less available information, those are the thematics that we all play music to in this process. And if they're not part of the process meaningfully, we'll lose track of it, and then we'll be recovering in the last 30 days of 2011 trying to patch it together. So I'd suggest to you that a graphic representation of the contextual information should start in the interim plan, even if it is flagged as preliminary, draft, and all of that. My experience has been once you lay out a chart that presents something, you get 75 people who demand that you lay it out their way. But you have to start the discussion in order to have anything meaningful, and it will not be easy. Other thing that occurs to me is, Joe, this is not quite right, but I'm so drawn to this format that you're recommending on analyzing the objectives, the background, the legal authority, the performance measures, current status and trends, best available science. I wonder whether that isn't also a format we should consider using on all the agenda items that are relevant, so that the council becomes familiar with the order in which we analyze issues and proposals and plans. And in fact, the public, particularly the governmental organizations who are out there, begin thinking in the same way, knowing that we're going to think about it. And I think that would be useful in a plan. Mr. Johnston.
I think your topic sentence was that we ought to use the uses of the interim plan as our shorthand. It looks like the uses of the interim plan are to advise other people, to publish our procedures, to stand by in case somebody asks us something, and to study what we might do in the Delta plan. The only one that speaks to content is provide the framework to develop the required recommendations on early actions, projects, and programs. Right, the rest is process. Then the other following items under the uses of the interim plan are definitions and processes and outreach or work groups. Would it be a fair shorthand to say then that the interim plan is setting up the rules of the game, but it isn't determining what's important to do?
If that's all it does, I think that's not as helpful as it should be. I think one of the things we should do, particularly as we get into the objectives, is at least try and point to those things that are the most important. So if all we're doing is procedures, and I agree that that's a fundamental role of the interim plan, I also think it's important that we, as we talk about the policy objectives that are the kind of the heart of the document, that we actually talk about what the priorities should be moving forward in the interim, and then that obviously lays the groundwork for the Delta plan itself. But I mean, I'll use as an example, we spent hours on levies in the last couple of days and at the last meeting, and one of our objectives has to do with risk reduction. It seems to me that as part of our interim plan, even though it's not enforceable, it still is important for the council to say, these are the key things that we believe should be addressed in the interim, and these are our priorities for moving forward, and that will help everybody understand where the council's likely to go and what the Delta plan will do. So I think there's an important reason for doing that, and it as I say, I don't think it's enforceable, but I think it is important.
So the executive summary and/or the final version of the introduction would talk about those meatier jobs.
I would expect it would, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Other comments? I hesitate to start the discussion of Section 3, the objectives, because that's a very long, complex discussion, and I think we probably ought to break for lunch now if that's acceptable. Okay, it is 12:18. We will start at 1:18. 1:18. Meeting in recess. Okay, members, take your seats, please. First, I probably ought to give you an announcement. Lauren Hastings, the number 2 lead scientist in this, and her partner just had a baby after a long period of labor, and everyone's okay, and it's 9 pounds something or another, which means a gigantic kid. And she promises to see us in a couple of weeks or so. So there you are. Good news for us. Okay, where were we?
We're going to be starting on going over Section 3 now.
Okay, Section 3, policy objectives, start at page 6.
Page 6, yes.
Page 6.
So we want to go back, and we already had talked a lot about this already, about the organizations, so unless somebody has comments, we won't revisit that again. I do want to talk about what we did in the this version of the interim plan, is that we focused on objectives 8502A and B and H, just sort of to start us off to make sure we're going in the right direction. Mm-hmm. We did put together something with a little less effort and detail, and that's in the appendices for items C through G. And so we can work through any of the objectives that the council would like to talk about, but at this time we were going to initiate the discussion
what
on
you're saying is this is kind of a way the objectives would look like, but you've got some illustrations in the appendix for a couple sections of to illustrate a more defined stuff.
We have the more defined in the main document for A, B, and H, and we have a less defined version in the appendix for C through G, and that was just primarily a timing issue.
Okay. Now, I don't think we want to deal with format on this because we've already done it in general on the whole thing. Any objections? How do you want to proceed with the discussion?
I'm going to bring up a few things that we would like to have some direction and discussion with the council on. First of all, after background, each one of these concepts of policy objectives, we talk about basic legal authority.
Yep.
And basic legal authority can be interpreted to just be within the statute of the Delta Reform Act, or there's also, many of these items have other basic legal authority.
Right.
And we were wondering whether it would be appropriate to go ahead and discuss when there are other legal authorities to bring those up in this discussion point of this chapter 2, or this section 2.
Hard to imagine unless the Delta and the 2009 enactment repealed all the other laws of California, it's hard to imagine we aren't obligated. And frankly, I think it's quite useful to have, if not an appellate brief preparation, at least a public policy presentation of the basic legal authorities that inform all of us. It's also very helpful to look up the darn law if you have the code sections that are relevant. Mr. Roos Collins, you had some thoughts on this.
As long as you keep it to a few pages or less.
Yes, no, that would be it. It would just be referencing, and maybe, I can't imagine right now, but there could be maybe a tabular format of something or other that might be important.
I think it's useful in part because plainly the Delta Reform Act is now a part of a much larger whole, but also because many of the early actions will be undertaken by other agencies with other authorities.
Yes.
So describing those authorities provides context.
That's exactly where we're looking at.
Yeah, maybe just a thought about format. If the stating of the authority becomes unwieldy, you might decide to reference it as an attachment or something like that.
Right. But again, they're just the references, and then we can have that. But we just wanted to make sure that from your understanding was not that it wasn't just the Delta Reform Act legal authorizations.
Mr. Frievering?
Just as a general comment, we've talked about adding a number of items, some of our operating understandings and so on. And just in terms of format, load up the appendices and minimize the body.
Yes.
That would be my recommendation.
Okay.
Except when it's not.
Except when it's not what?
Your recommendation. Because you find something that ought to be in the body. Right?
I'll keep it simple.
Okay.
And if we get them in the wrong place, we can move them to the next version. That's about the best I can. So, okay. So that's just sort of a general question on that. We talked about the issues on performance measures and best available science. in a general fashion already. So maybe we can work right into the concept of looking at the level of detail and the level of information that we provided for objectives for 8502A. And that starts on page 7.
A7. Is it A7?
Page 7.
Page 7.
Gwen,
Yes.
before you go there, I have one last comment on form, which
Yes.
applies to all of the objectives, and that goes to the current status and trends section. In a way, this is our first draft of what will be the environmental baseline in the environmental impact report for the Delta Plan. We have one sentence now and indicates she'll come back with something. I think it requires some care.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, I'm with Randy that shorter is better than longer here. I mean, any one of these trend descriptions could go on for a very long time. And I think what will be most meaningful is which sources we rely upon for the purpose of understanding the trends.
Okay. And we'll provide that as we provide the information. I think the other part about, in my mind, current status and trends also is it becomes something that could be utilized in the future, not just in interim plan, but in Delta Plan. And then also as the Delta Plan, I want to make sure, it may be my goal that this would be, to propose to you all, that this would be something that could be easily on the Delta Plan updates. You could see it becomes part of that performance measures. It becomes part of the tracking. It's that entire package that keeps where are we at in this current status and trends. So you could almost, in between the Delta Plan versions in the future, between year 1 and year 5, you could pull that out and use that as part of the performance measures and the backup for the performance measure summary.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So I was moving past page 6, which was mostly of the statute language, and on to page 7 in 8502A.
A7.
Page 7.
Page 7.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're in the
sorry.
main document.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
No, that's okay. It's a little confusing because we have the other, the C through F and the A
Got it.
part. So we were going to propose to start with A, which is on page 7 in the main part of the document.
And this is an illustration of a more elaborate discussion that might be comparable to what we do in the other sections, just
Right.
as a way to familiarize ourselves. Okay.
And we do believe that there still needs to be additional level of detail. I'm not going to tell you that's not, but this is to let us walk through and make sure that this is the focus that you all are looking for.
All right.
On this one, this is an example of one that's that has many of the issues. We've got some background information in the legal authority. When we move to performance measures and trends, we talk about how this could be
Page 9.
On page 9, sorry. We looked at something in here of the other documents that have performance measures. We know that Delta Vision in their strategic plan had basically one performance measure that was sort of an overall arching and very similar to the objective, that to look at the integration of the ecosystem and the water policies. There are other projects and other programs that also have performance measures that could feed into the co-equal goals. And this might be one of those things, if I may, that might be similar to what you're saying. Are these which sources are we using? Where are we looking at it? And do we have the right range of information so that it provides a balanced set of information? So we have certain things, like an example of performance measures that could be focused on would be the interim actions from the interim federal action plan for the California Bay Delta. They have multiple performance measures in their interim actions that could be used as performance measures and rewritten that way. In a similar matter, we are anticipating in August, so it probably wouldn't be in the interim plan, but the flow criteria, the initial flow criteria coming from State Board and Department of Fish and Game. They could also be used to focus performance measures, in that case probably in Delta Plan.
Mr. Natoli.
Just on the flow criteria, a question was posed to me a few days ago by a couple of parties. Is that non-binding. They framed it in the sense that there's going to be the information coming forward in the next few weeks, very, very shortly, I guess, and that once it gets embodied in interim plan or plan, somehow it takes on maybe more substance than is initially attributable to it. So I guess I wanted to kind of be clear, because it's mentioned here throughout in a number of different pages.
The flow criteria as described in the Delta Reform Act are non-binding. They are to be informative as we develop our plan and as BDCP develops its plan, but they are non-binding. The state, when it adopts a standard, will call it a standard, and they have a long involved process that they'll go through. The State Water Resources Control Board will ultimately do that. So it's informative, but it is not binding.
And so then just reference back to what Gwen was saying about how you use that as a performance measure, then so you'll recognize it for what it is at the time and still use that as a measure for performance? Is that the...
It might be in the case, especially of the interim plan, let's say you could look at that as a performance measure because you could look at it as a comparison.
Okay.
Because it's not a binding set of documents. And then by the time we get to Delta Plan, one of the things that will be coming up in parallel to, or they'll be utilized, or maybe I shouldn't say that, my understanding is will be informed by, is the State Water Resource Control Board's strategic plan and their modifications overall to their planning process and their standards that they're undergoing right now. And that, again, that could be something that would inform this process.
Is it likely, though, from what you and Joe just said, though, that the standard, again, I'm not that familiar with the process, that actually would be adopted as a standard at that point in time? Because we have a pretty aggressive schedule with the plan development. Is it anticipated that by the time our plan would be ready for some final determination that the board would have gone through its process for actually making those as standards?
The state board doesn't have a date. If I remember, I would have to check again, but
okay.
I don't think they have the date in there. They have a strategic plan with multiple dates of different actions, and I'm not sure.
Mr. Grindstaff.
Not a chance in hell will they have their standard done by the time we're done.
That's a pretty clear answer. Okay. Thank you.
Well, but at the same time, the new enabling statute is full of references that mention flow criteria or flows.
Yeah, right.
And it's kind of hard to puzzle through the precise requirement. But I also think what we'll face is a situation where we get something from the Water Board this year. Then they've got to advise the legislature later this year on a system or a mechanism of collecting information on flow standards. And then there are a bunch of other points. But by the time we have to adopt the ultimate Delta plan, I doubt that there will be a completion of their, what would it be, Richard, some kind of regulatory process to formally adopt for them to formally adopt those flow standards. You'll have a good idea where they're going, but you won't know where they're going to be. And then that leads to the question you were asking earlier. As we are compelled to do a Delta plan, which includes elements like that, what do we do when the agency involved hasn't taken the final step so you can turn and say, well, there's the enforceable regulation? And we don't know the answer to that yet.
Okay. The chair said it much better than I did. So I didn't mean to sound flip. It's just they have a huge process to go through.
Yeah, it's very complicated.
And I think it's important that we point out in this process, too, where some of that can be, if we know that if it's dependent upon the lack of information. So if they need something, because we live and die by our models many times, and if they don't have enough data for certain models, and they're doing data collection, right. And we are aware of that, we'll note that in the appendices, too.
Chair. Yes, sir.
I just want to join in on this conversation. I know that when the legislation was crafted and negotiated, if you will, that there was an emphasis on these flow studies, that they would only be advisory or informational and not a requirement. And I think we need to be very, very careful about how we word this, not to suggest that we're moving that a little further down the road than we ought to. And to put it into performance measures and targets, I think, is a mistake.
Chair, I'm sorry, Mr. Bruce Collins.
one thought about our flow criteria, and then I have a different suggestion on performance measurements. As to flow criteria, I agree with Randy that the non-binding informational report the State Water Board will issue in August is just that. And so the question we're discussing is, so how does that relate to the Delta Plan? And Mr. Chair, I then turn to 85300, which says the Delta Plan shall include sub-goals and strategies to assist in guiding state and local agency actions related to the Delta. If we as a council concluded that it is critical that the State Water Board convert non-binding informational criteria into water quality standards or conditions of water rights orders, and do so by a particular date, then I think the plan could say so. So it seems to me that is probably the logic, Randy, that we would use to address what the board should do.
Yeah. And the other language that I'd reference is when the council got created, Section 85.211 says the Delta Plan shall include performance measurements that will enable the council to track progress in meeting the objectives of the Delta Plan, which is how we've structured this discussion. The performance measures shall include, but need not be limited to, quantitative or otherwise measurable assessments of the status and trends in all the following. And then they talk about the ecosystem and the water supply system. I'm agnostic on what the measurement should be, but I think we're obligated to have a measurable performance measure for each of the objectives if it is humanly possible to do so. But I don't know what that would be.
And Mr. Chair, that's my second comment. The performance measures in this draft appear to be in the nature of a checklist. Did someone do something they were supposed to do? And that may be useful, but that isn't what performance measurements as described in Section 85211 are about. They're not about checking actions, they're about the effect of the actions, and specifically assuring that the status and trends for the ecosystem and for water supply are consistent with the co-equal goals. And then if you turn back, Gwen, to um, 85308,
right.
Again, in B, you have include quantified or otherwise measurable targets associated with achieving the objectives of the Delta Plan. I assume that's where you got the term target.
Right.
But again, it seems to me that's synonymous with the earlier description, which is about the actual condition of the resource relative to the co-equal goal or the objective.
Right.
So in this plan, between now and August 27th,
I think.
We're not going to solve the problem which has bedeviled the management of the management of the Delta for a generation or longer, but we need to take a step in that direction. So I think you all need to do some hard thinking about what we can meaningfully say about performance measurements as described in 85211 that will prompt the kind of consultation with the agencies and the stakeholders that we need to complete the Delta Plan.
Okay. And I think we're struggling with what's the difference between interim plan, which is more of a recommendation per se, than what we would come up with in Delta Plan, which would have more of a force from rulemaking. So,
if I may, perhaps the interim plan is just accounting for current uses, flows, and await further action to determine what the outcome of the State Water Resources Control Board conclusions will be, but now not tie the interim plan to any future flow regime, but simply identify what it is currently.
One of the things I agree that the interim plan is not the Delta Plan. And that's why I started with the section on the purposes for which it's used. I mean, one of those purposes is to at least give some indication of where the council might be heading on the Delta Plan, subject to review, consideration, debate, facts, and ultimate decision. And my hunch is the most important thing is going to be to indicate to all the other state agencies and the public that we believe in the absence of completed plans, enforceables, changes in statutes, regulations adopted. We probably have to do some of that ourselves in the Delta Plan. We were already told to review it every 5 years or more often if needed. Otherwise, what you've got is a process that will take forever because there's always going to be one important study left undone. You know, the endless search for the perfect study that agrees with your predetermined conclusions that you want enshrined in law. I don't think we have that. So the flagging of the issue as important, the flagging of possible measurements, it seems to me is reasonable, but it's couched in the discussion. Guys, work as fast as you can. You know, if you can wrap it up completely by that time, exercise your full authority. Well, all things considered, we'd probably say that we defer to that on flow standards if you actually adopt flow standards. And we probably would have to make a determination they meet the co-equal goals, a different issue than the water board faces. But I don't think we're talking about different things particularly. Because I don't think by August we're going to know for sure what the measures would be, but I'd sure like to see a list of 5, 10, 15, 20 ideas out there. Not that we would adopt, you know, in the sense of a regulation, because the interim plan is not a regulation.
So Mr. Chair, what I hear you suggesting is that at the very least the interim plan will include, will describe the performance measurements that we will need in the Delta plan. Not necessarily quantify them, but at least describe them. And if that's what you're suggesting...
Well, term definitions, best available science, definition of performance measures, the other things, that we've seemed to all agree to. To the extent we can get some sections laid out which says, like this one, the long-term perspective of water use and flow criteria may be part of that, and then you lay out what might be, not will be, but might be options to consider under performance measures. I'd like to look at that. I don't think we'd be approving those because to approve them implies that they will automatically be inserted into the Delta plan. You can't do that until you've actually done your work and studies and hearings and so on.
So Gwen, let me give a specific for instance that I believe is consistent with what the chair just said. For ecosystem, as part of Objective A, 85302C has 5 characteristics of a healthy delta ecosystem. Number 1 is viable populations of native resident migratory species. It seems to me we need a performance measurement in the delta plan that quantifies that.
Right. Okay.
And at the very least, the interim plan needs to if that is what the council decides, the interim plan needs to flag that's the direction we're heading. And you would do the same then for each of the other objectives.
Joe?
I want to interject here. If you look at 85020C, though, that specifically is on the ecosystem, and wouldn't the specific performance objectives that we're talking about for the ecosystem go here, and maybe in A, we focus more on the more general management objectives? And I have a hard time with this, I honestly, and I'm trying to figure out what
well, the downside of using the statutory objectives is there's so many things that cross-cut different objectives that if you discuss about the entire subject in one objective, somebody says, well, it's not discussed in the other. I don't know how to solve that, and I suspect in the interim plan we'll never solve it, maybe not even in the Delta plan. But I don't know any other way to approach it either that allows the public to match up what we're going to recommend in the Delta plan with the statutory directions to us.
And I, Mr. Chair, I agree with that, as well as Joe's point that maybe what I just said belongs better under Objective C. My point is performance measurement means something more than did someone do something.
Okay.
It means what's the effect, what's the trend. Is it
yes.
Correct.
Yes.
And that, I think, we can find guidance for that in other parts of the statute, such as the one I just cited.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, in other of the illustrations you're going to talk about, other objective details, you've got a more elaborate, particularly the ecosystem, you have a much more elaborate list of proposals because everybody's got proposals out there and ideas, including some were required by statute to examine. the flow criteria really is the result of the legislation and has not benefited by the same kind of comparable activity, so best I can figure out. But will.
Well, certainly at the time frame for the interim plan.
Yeah, for the interim plan.
Right. As we move for a Delta plan, I think it depends on what we see, and I am not privy to any of that, so it's not like I...
Yeah. Joe?
I have a question, and the council, perhaps you can answer it. In this list of objectives and in the legislation in general, we have the co-equal goals, and we talk about ecosystem in some depth. We talk about the delta's place in some depth. And amongst our objectives are conveyance and storage and regional self-reliance. Are those two enough? Is that what water supply reliability means in the Act as part of the co-equal goals, where it says we only have those kind of two areas, and should we in A try and put in some overarching water supply reliability objective, because I don't see one clearly anywhere else. I didn't see any other place to put it. And just as I was sitting here contemplating what we were discussing, and I'm not sure that, in fact, I'm sure that it's not clear in the Act exactly what that means, but it may be incumbent upon this council to say, this is what we believe the law means with regard to water supply reliability.
Okay. I suspect we're going to be struggling with this for the next 17 months, the same discussion. Mr. Fiorini.
I'll try and react to that. I've tried to talk to as many people as I can that I respect and try and seek their knowledge and wisdom. And one of the things I've observed is that it's real easy to identify ecosystem restoration projects. It's pretty easy to identify stressors in the Delta, particularly in the aquatic species arena. And there's lots of thoughts about what ought to be done. When I ask, okay, what actions ought to be taken to improve water supply reliability, the list is pretty short. And I would respond to your question, Joe, with an example of something that's come up that would lead to a more efficient operation of the exports, and that is joint point of diversion, joint point of use. Those are a couple of things that have come up in the past and have never gone on to completion. But something like that might be a part of the interim plan to at least take a look at to improve efficiencies within the existing system.
Mr. Chair, the longer we talk about this, the more I return to where we started, which is organization. And I guess I'd like to ask again whether, or discuss briefly again, whether stating each of the 8 objectives separately is the clearest approach. I mean, Joe has pointed out now several times that water supply is addressed in objective A, D, and F. What if we grouped the objectives categorically so that if you wanted to know about water supply, you'd go to that category and you'd see everything we have to say about it. Now, maybe we'd cite the specific language and we'd have somewhat different things to say about each objective, but there'd be one category which addresses water supply. There'd be one category that addresses ecosystem and so forth. Loses the beauty of tracking the legislative language, but I think it avoids the problem of saying something and then coming back and saying it a little bit differently further along in the document.
Let me make a suggestion. We tentatively adopted the objectives as the methodology. I'm open to looking at what, some subject matter listing more commonly understood to see what it looks like. I suspect we're going to find that there are other unanticipated problems with that approach, just as there are problems with the objectives approach, but I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. But let's look, is it possible, Gwen, to take a look at that and you guys think about it not to stop the formatting of this, because this revised second draft has to go out in roughly 2 weeks, right? So a full reformatting that we have not seen is not likely to happen before then. But maybe
we can commit to looking at that. One of the into seeing and bringing back something that's an example of how we'll probably, as the chair has said, we're already starting putting parts of the next version together. Otherwise, we'd be behind. But we could. I think it's worthwhile to look at that because we struggle with this. There were some things I thought about on A. Is do you only put ideas in A and performance measures in A that both meet water supply and ecosystem? So it's what we talked about earlier today about having a tracking system for the projects and programs, water supply, ecosystem, and those that do both. That's one thought there. But then again, it still comes back into reliability and where does that fit in, and or self-sufficiency.
Mr. Curlin.
I think we are wrestling with how to divide Gaul, and we have 8 parts right now rather than 3. But I think the challenge in combining into 2. Excuse me.
What is the Latin of that?
Oh, I can't do it in Latin. I can't do it in Old German either.
Okay.
I think one of the challenges in that is that when you look at the definition of co-equal goals, it starts with water and ecosystem, and then it adds the phrases about the delta. And how to handle delta's place and risk in a division of 2 is not easily apparent to me. So I think minimally, if we reorganize them, it would have to be 3. But I do think 8 ends up being you do some repetition. So if you did 3, you would end up with water supply, all the issues, reliability, quality, and if you did ecosystem, and then you'd have delta, place, and risk. And the risk, of course, is the ecosystem, or is it 4? But in any case, I think we have 8 now, and I understand the attention. But thinking about it, 2 doesn't seem to be immediately solve the problem. So.
What I was suggesting, without suggesting it specifically, was water supply, ecosystem, delta's place, and flood protection. So, but I agree with the chair's point. The organization is far less important as a priority than the substance.
I think the other reason we're having trouble with this is this part of the discussion doesn't quite have as many illustrations of other studies, reports, recommendations we might consider.
Right.
And accordingly, we kind of flail around in the abstract. Now, it may be inevitable that that's the case, that there's just not as much out there. But if there were more out there, if there were 5 different plans and alternatives on flow criteria or flow whatever measures or something like that, we'd be chewing over already chewed ideas, which would be a lot easier than thinking them up ourselves. And that's what hopefully the analysis is probably illustrated better in the ecosystem, develops for us reference points we're either statutorily required to consider or our independent science board or consultants and staff believe we should examine in developing whether it's performance measures or outcome measures or whatever in the dickens it is.
Right. And I think when we provide you, and I do apologize, but just pulling this together as fast as we can, when we provide the July version, hopefully this will be a little more clear, and then we can always reorganize at that point too. But we'll come back with, I will commit to come back with at least a small version of the reorganization that would give you a feeling of how that would happen.
Okay, good.
I think that's worthwhile.
And that'll include the performance measurement document that would categorize actions based on water supply reliability, deltas of place.
Right.
I think ultimately that's the report card. We have to determine why we're doing something, so when we establish the performance measures, we might as well identify what the benefit is going to be of
Right,
that.
the benefits, and then also backwards to the objective to be consistent with the statute.
Good.
Well, and for the actual dealing with it, we'll probably put it together first under this format, then we'll go back and reorganize it.
Well, maybe what we ought to do is move on to subsection B, the second objective.
May I just leave
Or
one
what-
thing with everybody to think about for next time, because we're still struggling with one more thing on A, and that is the terms of long-term. And what does
Well,
long-term...
this is America. Long-term is 6 months.
Oh, okay.
No, that is undefined in the statute.
And I'm going to leave that with you, because it's one thing for interim plan, because we know what the term is for that.
So you're just flagging an issue that doesn't have an immediate answer.
It doesn't have an immediate answer. Unless somebody has one, I'd be very happy to take it. But I also like to queue it up for you guys to think about in the future, because eventually, especially when we start looking at CEQA documents, we'll have to come up with a period of study time.
Yeah.
And so those kind of things come into play. So, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, that's fine. How about just taking the next one, the Delta's evolving place section, which is your next example.
Right. On this one, I think some of the things that we probably need to think about the most here on this is that this one is the one where we coordinate a lot with the Delta Protection Commission. This really has a process of looking at it, and we're fortunate that the Land Use and Resource Management Plan was recently adopted, and we have a lot of the information, and I've read, including their environmental analysis that went with it, and went through a bunch of the comments that have happened on the 5 versions, as we can find them on the web. So we find that's important. The next question is do we is there anything that needs to be added to that? Well, certainly there's certain things that need to be added. Like
Don has mentioned the resource. Yeah, and that's something the statute did not itself mention, but was completed in February of this year. It's obvious we're going to take a look at it. To what extent components of it fit in this section, I don't have any idea. But one of the things I liked about this one is under performance measures, which is one way to look at issues and ideas, you've got, I don't know, 10 or 12 things there, but it didn't include an examination of any of those other reports. But I'll bet you there are ideas that would flow out of this that might arguably be related to it. And this, after all, is not a recommended list of action items. It is what, we're required to look at Delta Vision recommendations. We can include them or not. We are clearly required to examine things like Central Valley flood control and other certain designated reports, the economic sustainability study when it's available, the Delta primary secondary zone issue when it's available. But there's a whole bunch
we
of
see state parks, Central Valley Vision.
That's right. There's state park plan.
That's an important one, along with the Great Valley Trail. Connecting with the Bay Trail.
I'm convinced the ecosystem, although it'll be exhaustive, will inform a lot of this kind of stuff. Pat?
I wanted to check with Don, but it seems to me in the resource management plan, a lot of work was done. It's up to date. In the end, there were some objections from some state agencies, but it might be in this early period of the interim report that the Delta Protection Commission and the relevant state agencies could work on that, because my guess is that those could be resolved so that they don't become a sticking point later.
What's a methodology you suggest?
Well, maybe a committee that Don and since I sat with him, somebody else ought to be part of that, not me necessarily. I'm happy to participate, but it ought to be somebody who's looking at it fresh. But and Joe could indicate which state agency officials might go through the points of contention. Might be important, but they're very limited in the overall document, and I think it would be worth trying to do that, and it would improve the long-term working relationship of both.
I like that idea because it fits into this context of the administrative rules we're talking about, of trying to anticipate and reach out to address issues and then later follow the formal process for inclusion or not inclusion. This is an early jump, but I think it's a deserved jump. I don't mind just saying let's use this as an example, kind of a test run. Don, if you think that makes sense, a test run of this kind of early consultation process and see what we could get. But we have to think about what it is excuse me, we want the questions we need answered, because we can't say, go back and revisit the fight so you can get a unanimous vote on the plan, because that doesn't, because there'll be things in the plan that don't have any relevance, I suspect, to some of this.
Yeah, I would just, I think, certainly Pat makes a very good point, and you do as well, Mr. Chair, that because we weren't all that far away. There was a couple of areas where there was disagreement and it had to do with certain, there was some tension there between the limitations that might be put on certain restoration versus agricultural pursuits, and they were clearly talked about as we went through the process, but they were significant enough that in the end game that folks felt they couldn't endorse the entirety of the plan as it was put forward. But for the most part, I'd say probably 90%, if not more, of that plan had broad endorsement. From time to time, and we went through an iterative process where folks we worked actually had votes on a number of the things. But I think that again, it still is a good body of work, and I think that even with those disagreements, that there's a lot there that certainly not going to inform the Delta plan, but I think is a good basis for understanding some of the things that are shown us from the Delta Vision strategic plan as performance measures. But I think there are some things that we could even measure against in that plan that could be incorporated. And so I think suggestion, if there was an interest to sit down, we know who the agencies are, and and again, the commission's been reconstituted, and I guess it was a bit unfortunate the first meeting when Secretary Snow was seated. That was the evening we took the final vote on the plan, which had been coming for some months. But nonetheless, I think it didn't leave a lot of residual bad feelings or sense that there was this big discord, because there are some.
Police weren't called to settle people down.
No. But that might be worthwhile while we're going through our development here to spend a little time. And again, if there was another member of this council who would like to take the opportunity to sit, maybe we can call the right folks together and at least have that discussion. And I certainly would go back to the commission with that information. I don't think we're going to get we're not going to go back and re-vote it. I mean, the plan's been.
How about this? I like we've already got a letter from a couple members of the Delta Protection Commission asking us to examine that plan. I mean, in general, not with any relation to this. We've had some local citizens say that we ought to take a look at it too. I think we just ought to start that look. Now, Joe, you have to make staff determinations about how much time, when, and where. And we need general familiarity, and then we need to have us think about the question, how would that fit into what we're talking about right now, which is the development of the structure and the analytical methods for the interim plan, but really more importantly for the ultimate Delta plan. And I like testing it out with this study. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we already are. We've been aware, because I think at the very first meeting we had a little bit of the same discussion, and that was one of the directions that we gave to Gwen, was that we needed to look closely at the DPC plan.
But we're going to have to formalize that some way just to start a process going.
I think the process needs the formalization.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're just looking at the plans and the comments and all. And so now the question is moving it with the agencies.
Well, maybe a suggestion to give you something to think about rather than try to decide today, Mr. Chair. Maybe they could come back with some suggestions, at least from the staff perspective, as how you think we might approach it. And certainly I'm willing to go back to the DPC with some suggestions, and obviously with state agencies, they're sitting there in reconstituted DPC right now. So there's a...
We'll do that.
Okay. Good idea, Pat.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Gwen?
Okay. So, in the interest of time, I know that we're moving ahead here. Is there any other thoughts on 85020B?
Can I just make a suggestion? As I look through the performance measures and targets, I think you probably have to take the Delta Vision stuff in, if you like it, and put it differently. I mean, for example, part of these were, if I remember correctly, the argument about which part of the economy is more important than the other part of the economy, which is probably not a very productive fight to have. So some of it's information. But others, the statute recognizes that agriculture is important. Now, it doesn't define particularly what that means, but it's probably fair to say that there's a reasonably broad consensus out there, even among warring parties on other issues, that protecting Delta agriculture in general, consistent with all other things, is something people would like to do. So a performance measure target might be maintenance of the same acreage or comparable acreage. It might be ag land preservation efforts which are tied to land trusts, for example, so you can match it up with both advantageous, hopefully advantageous tax treatments, but also ecosystem goals.
Right.
I mean, there maybe without you getting stuck with a lot of time, it might be possible to take some of these things that we had done in a very cursory way and refine it into things that might look a little closer to what a performance measure could be, per Randy's suggestion, without us prejudging the basic political fight.
Well, if we bring back the details for things like Solano Land Trust has certain performance measures on their process. And there's a couple others that are starting to look at that in San Joaquin County, so that we could start moving that kind of detail forward as suggestions.
Mr. Chair, if I could just ask on this too. This, again, I don't know with your work groups where you're going to seek information or input, but this would be one I think that in your outreach efforts where I think you would find it very beneficial, at least from past experience, if you're looking at some of those things with measures. I think that, the chair mentioned, agriculture, but as it relates to recreation, certainly, ecotourism and ag tourism, just the viability of ongoing pursuits, because I think the folks can give you some of that, and it may be raw information, but it might help, along with trust that have had some performance measures already developed. You might find that very valuable in putting this together, so I would offer that as maybe with your work groups over the next few weeks or couple of months.
Randy?
I'm a little bit sensitive to setting targets for agriculture coming from that community. I think you really need to get a lot of input from growers in the Delta, because whatever targets we set ought to be realistic. As an example, pear growing in the Delta may be less dependent upon the work we do than the problem with domestic subsidies in Italy and Spain.
Right.
So this is an area where I think we're going to need a lot of local input to become knowledgeable enough to make our targets reasonable. We all agree we want to enhance and improve agriculture to whatever degree is possible, but there's still market-driven pressures that are out of our control.
How about a measurable target that all farmers have to be at home when there's rain damage to the house and their wife is dealing with it? Okay, no comment.
Since he's not responding to that, when I thought what he said was that we should include some recommendations to the Italian government on domestic subsidies there. So consider yourself lucky if you limit the scope to what it currently is.
Right. I think, let me just ask this question as we move going through. Then in the interim plan, we could have the direction for this, and then we might get some of those other details just because of the timing from the work groups as we go forward for the details on the Delta plan.
I would wager it'll take almost 3 weeks to put together the first consultative meeting on this subject. That, the reality is we will not have a staff complete review until after August 27th, I bet. But the notion of within 1 or 2 months after that, having a review of the plan and an evaluation and the start of rough ideas that you think we ought to consider during the Delta Plan development, I think that's terrific. I think it's a good way to proceed, and it's a great way to test this dispute addressing process we're establishing.
And I think we'd also work with Farm Bureau, and I've worked successfully with them before, and also California Food and Ag, and that whole process, because and there's extension and all. A lot of people have a lot of information.
Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, just a couple of things. These are more on a editing point, but on page 10, at the very top, first sentence, where you talk about since the passage of the Delta Protection Act, no new housing development has occurred within the primary zone. And if you're talking about housing developments, i.e. subdivisions and so forth, that may be one statement, but there have been homes that have been built, they have to meet the FEMA standards, and that's a big issue. And so again, just as I know this is our first draft. Also, if we come down 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph, the next to the last sentence, where you talk about gross state product in 1994, which totaled 860. I don't know if that's supposed to be $1 billion.
Let's see.
So anyway,
yes.
you can figure. Okay. And then just below that, the next paragraph, I certainly appreciate the reference, but you've you started the paragraph with that statement, and you ended with the same statement. So
we certainly do.
Okay.
It's such a great sentence.
It is. No, again, I don't want to lose it. But if you want to re-emphasize, that's okay. There's probably a few other things I could have you do that a few other times.
That's a little problem with copy paste. I apologize.
That's right.
Should have been delete and paste.
Okay, very good.
I apologize.
Thanks.
Okay.
We'll do a much better QA.
Mr. Chair, I've been thinking about how we can make this as robust as possible in the limited time we have. And our prior discussion of the resource management plan suggested something to me. Gwen, have we asked the Department of Water Resources, the Department of Fish and Game, others, the Delta Protection Commission, for performance measurements they currently have that correspond to our objectives? It might be useful to ask them so that we could at least consider what they've got as we continue our draft.
It's a good thing to add in the letter that we're going to get out shortly, as mentioned yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. I think that is a good idea. It's a good idea. All right. Members, I would like to start getting some public comment on this at an appropriate time, if you don't object. When is there anything you need to wrap up right away?
No, I think that's fine.
May I suggest you stick up there in case there are questions or issues that...
and we're taking lots of notes?
Yeah. Pat, I noticed a couple people have been handing you blue stuff. You want to hand... Either you can read their names or I can read them. I don't care. Well, you got to speak up.
Okay.
Ms. Orloff, did I hear? Yeah. Here, Pat, why don't you just pass them up here? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Turn on the mic at the front, please. No, a red light will come on at the mic somewhere. There we go.
Is that better?
Yep.
Yep.
Good afternoon. I'm Leah Orloff from Contra Costa Water District. I'm speaking today, though, on behalf of a coalition of water agencies that include my district, the Metropolitan Water District, Santa Clara Valley, Zone 7 Water Agency, and the Alameda County Water District. And I'm here because I want to just very briefly reiterate the comments that we made to the Council in our letter of June 7th regarding the project of fish screens at Clifton Court 4 Bay intake. This was one of the immediate actions that was listed in I think you called them the early actions in the Delta Strategic Plan. Mm-hmm. It's in attachment or appendix 5 of your draft interim plan. What's there is a description of the study that DWR recently completed, and we want to let you know that we're taking that to the next step. Our agencies have joined together. We're about to embark on a study that should identify some viable alternatives for this and to take a look at the potential benefits for both the ecosystem and for water supply reliability. We're on a pretty aggressive schedule with this study. We expect to have interim results for you later this summer with a final report before the end of the year. We're hoping to have that final report submitted to the science program for expert panel review. And if the anticipated benefits of this project do turn out to be achievable, we'd like to see this move forward to implementation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Mr. Bocadaro? Coming up here. Yep.
Chairman Eisenberg and members of the Council, I just wanted to follow up on a point that Mr. Fiorini made earlier
and make sure that the council did have copies of the letter from the National Marine Fisheries Service as it relates to striped bass predation.
We do.
This is an area that the Coalition for Sustainable Delta, who I work with, has been at the forefront of trying to bring some attention to and, more importantly, some action on. And despite the letter that you actually have seen from National Marine Fisheries is actually a follow-up to an in-person presentation they did at the April meeting of the Fish and Game Commission. I think it's important for everybody here to understand that the Fish and Game Commission has not only failed to address the concerns raised by National Marine Fisheries, they've gone, I think, backwards in terms of stonewalling and dragging their feet on this issue. So we think this is an issue that is particularly ripe for inclusion in the interim plan as an early action item. Striped bass predation is a huge problem. Fish and Game's own experts are now on record, under oath, in the court case that striped bass predation accounts for somewhere between 5 and 50% of juvenile salmon take in the Delta. And that's hugely significant, needs to be addressed, and we would encourage you to include that in the interim plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zlotnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg Zlotnick with the state and federal contractors. Very good discussion. I just want to comment on a few issues in response to the conversation this afternoon, and we'll be providing our written comments next week. I believe the deadline was next Friday to get those in. First of all, I want to raise, at one point Gwen made a comment about perhaps using the flow criteria from the state board that are to come out for comparison purposes, or I think that was your language. That is concerning because I think it's important to understand that the process the state board undertook to develop the flow criteria to quote-unquote protect public trust resources was explicitly stated at their hearings that they were not doing any balancing within that process. And so really they are informative about, in theory, what do the public trust resources need, but to use them as a comparison without the balancing that will take place by the state board in a water quality control plan and water rights process in terms of beneficial uses, we would be concerned about. I think, again, and then Randy, you said to be careful. We would agree with that in terms of how you might utilize any of these types of other regulatory processes that are going on sort of outside this process, but will feed into it, obviously, information. And then, Richard, you made a comment, something along the lines of perhaps, depending on what happens there, we might direct, I don't know if that was the word, the state board to, as part of the Delta plan, to incorporate those standards or what have you. And I just want to be clear again, those standards aren't standards, and we would want to be very careful. So I understand you might want to provide some input on their process and sort of things to consider, but I wanted to maybe clarify what you were getting at on that particular point.
Mr. Chairman, may I briefly
Yes, sir.
just for the
Yes, sir.
clarity of the record? Greg, sorry that I was unclear. Someone had asked Joe how long it might take the State Water Board to convert non-binding informational criteria into standards, and I think his answer was in the nature of a lot longer than in the nature of forever. I don't.
No, I think a couple of years.
A couple of years. My point was that our Delta plan could contain a recommendation to the board to complete that decision by a specified date. If we believe that having the criteria, if we believe that having standards was important to the success of the Delta plan.
Okay, fair enough. And I certainly appreciate, I think the chairman made the comment about these sort of never-ending regulatory processes and studies out there, and that the council can have a prodding effect, shall we say, to try to get some of these things done. And related, that was my second point, I think that particularly applies to the notion that there's never-ending study needs and what have you, and just sort of get on with some activity. I think, again, you need to be cautious when you're talking about a regulatory process that has legal requirements for their own processes, and so sometimes that can get in the way. Last points deal with the actual draft, which I commend the staff for what they did and the comments received today. But overall, and Mr. Curlin, I think you talked about this morning before lunch, and your description of, again, the flow criteria and some of these other things that are going on will be utilized to inform sort of the information, and we'll be taking that in. And I think that is very appropriate. I think the current draft of the plan throughout, from some reading, may imply that there's a little more sort of activity in terms of this council developing those products rather than receiving them. And so I think just as you go through...
You want us to put on the front page, we're not really serious about this?
No, it's not that you're not serious. It's just that it's not really your job to do them. The legislation delegated these activities specifically to be done in those appropriate forms, and they'll be brought in to inform, and you'll consult, et cetera, and how that works. But it's just the write-up is a little bit unclear, again, in terms of specifically what exactly is this council going to do, what's it going to take in and incorporate as part of its discussion, where it can make recommendations, what have you. And that's all. It's a first draft, and this, that's the point. And along those lines, I think it might be very useful as part of the write-up in terms of the authorities things to lay out under those, in particular topic areas, what does the council see as its role in them? In terms of the use of, for example, the word consultation. Well, that has various meanings depending upon where you're doing it and it might be useful to try to identify that. And so there's just clarity and understanding in general going forward of what is the role of the council, because I don't think, frankly, you want to get into rehashing things that are happening elsewhere. You got enough on your plate, frankly, to deal with, and we just don't think it's appropriate necessarily to open this as another forum to rehash all the fights you don't want to hear again.
Have you seen our next agenda item on the full audit of all the state water contractors that we were... No.
Have at it.
Go.
I haven't seen the item. I don't think it's there.
We are not going out of our way to manufacture things to do, but at the same time, we've got this broad, suggestive, and not fully delineated mandate that we've got to comply with, and it pulls us in many directions at once.
Very much. And I agree. It's just, I think, as you go through, maybe sort of delineating some of how those other processes will feed in. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I just want to respond on, you don't have to stay up, Greg. Perhaps I'm at fault for being flipped for a minute during the meeting on the way the state water board's flow standards will be set. My expectation is that the process they're in now leads to an actual formal process setting flows in the Delta. I think it will be based on ultimately what comes out of the EIR, EIS, and take a year or two from the completion of that EIR, EIS. And if you look at the timeline, the rod for that on the current schedule, assuming no slippages, would be signed in early 2012. And so you're talking, I think, about 2013 at the earliest for what I believe would become new comprehensive flow standards that are enforceable standards for the Delta. So it's a very difficult process with immense numbers of people who would show up and testify, and
75 of them would sue over one thing or the other.
Yeah, well, and they have attorneys that come, people testify under oath. It's a full hearing format, and it's not an easy thing for them to actually set a new formal standard. I do expect it to happen, but it will take probably 3 or 4 years.
Richard?
Well, as long as we are seeking absolution for our flipness, I think it's fair to say that the State Water Board views its current responsibility as established by the Delta Reform Act as a very serious and meaningful one. And while they are not specifically committed to what they do next, as far as I know, I understand they intend to do something next. My point about our Delta plan's value added is let's ask them what they plan to do next. And if it makes sense to us, let's say terrific. And if we think they should do it faster or differently in order to achieve the co-equal goals, I believe the Delta plan is an appropriate venue to say that.
Well, part of my role is to avoid always being flip and all of that and to keep you impetuous young people under control.
And
Yes.
who keeps you under control, Mr. Chairman?
Nikki Sward from Snug Harbor.
That's a nice time.
That is very nice timing, and also you had delivered to us a letter this morning on the table. Thank you very. I meant to mention that earlier, and I apologize I didn't.
I hope you notice that the inside of the map is a real map, not just a cartoon map of the Delta. So, no, that's the tourist map.
It's a Snug Harbor official map.
No, it's a tourist map.
Okay.
It's the whole Delta, if you look at the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Nikki Seward. I spoke last month, and it was mentioned to me I should give my background. I'm a California attorney. I've been an attorney for 25 years. I'm a business attorney, not a litigator. But for fun, I do run this marina and RV park. And I care a lot about history. I care about the facts. And it really bothers me when facts get messed up. So that's how I got involved in all of this. The other thing is, I'm a map collector, and I've been a map collector for a long, long time. So I happened to have, years ago, gotten a whole series of maps on the Delta. 1906 is the date. It's a whole bunch of maps. There's this huge map book that the federal government did for one of their survey and dredging projects, I think when they were doing dredging for the San Joaquin River. So I have maps from 1852, 1906, and that's a whole series of maps. That's a very good set of maps. I got the Brian Atwater maps from, that was 1982, Brian Atwater, and then the other maps are 1906. And from those, I can look at boundaries. I can look at subsidence, because you can simply say, okay, this is what it said in 1906, and this is where this island is now, according to, the GIS and all that. So I actually do have some background and knowledge in this based on paperwork. And I also want to say that I'm married to a scientist, a medical scientist, but I really respect scientists. I know they want to be accurate. That's important to them. And so when I see that there are some mistakes have been made for whatever reason for combining information, I just want to let people know, hey, let's stop using the wrong information. So that last month I brought the information about the Delta Islands. I'm not sure I sent you the information. I don't know what came about
You
it.
did. There were 11 or 12 PDF charts you emailed to us.
Okay.
And it was in the packet, I think, last month.
Okay, last month. But you and I had a conversation, and basically what it comes down to is U.S. Army Corps of Engineers says it's 31 island flood history, and DWR is saying 158 or 166. So I'm just saying, okay, there's a question there. The other thing, the packet that I gave for this meeting had more to do with subsidence, and I hope that you can look at that. I scanned some of the maps so you could see that there's this progression, but I decided I'd rather go specifically to page 22 of this interim Delta plan.
Okay, page 22.
Page 22, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is, in my opinion, what you're doing, scratch out interim. I think you guys are doing the Delta plan with these near-term actions that you guys are going to see next month. So page 22 specifically, sorry. You've got 3 different number ones on page 22. So the second, number 2, use of best available science. I would love to see some sort of comma verified science, or something that does recognize that when best available science, when it's proven to be wrong, turns into bad science. And when you make decisions such as about which Delta Island to save and which Delta Island to let flood, you're making it on bad science if you use data that
has been proven to be false. So I'm asking you not to do it, and having some language that does recognize that you can use older data. Then you go down to number 1, the lowest of the number 1, and it talks about using public policy and information from the past 5 years. Well, that could say that, or somewhere in there could say that you can use data that is from EIR, EIS processes from the past, because there is good data out there on the Delta Island history. There's good data out there on subsidence, but it's more than 5 years back. And I think that you should be using correct data wherever it's available. So those, I'm combining issues right there. I realize that, but it really bothers me that in that number 1, you've got the number only 5 years when there's a lot of data that goes back a lot further that is more accurate than what you are using right now. So then, and I'm sorry, I'm jumping around. I do need to say that by saying that your use of best available science, that also relates to page 15, section 4, number 3 and 4. You don't have to go to them. I'm just saying you repeat about best science use. And then page 12, section 3 also has a little bit about best science. So I'm just saying, if you really mean to use best science, really do that. So I'm saying that the flood history is an example of a classification of science that's still being used that's really not good science. Then the other thing that I wanted to say was that on number 1, in the middle of page 22, it talks about
page 22.
Page 22, yes. And it's the discussion, or the item 1, transparency. It goes on and talk about transparency. And I am wondering, actually, maybe this is more of a question for you and for DWR. It seems to me that a lot of the EIR, EIS processes, that are in the Federal Register that all relate to all of this stuff is actually all the building blocks of the 2000 record of decision, the Central Canal. I mean, and it is exactly what everything, even what was voted on this morning, that you guys have voted for the funding, but the project's not ready to do yet, and yet that's part of the Central Canal that was worked on 10 years ago. So, I assume that this next draft is going to give all the elements of the Central Canal, and the interim plan is going to be that Central Canal. And what's taking so long to put that on the table?
Well, because we are not directed to prepare a plan for a Delta water export facility. We are directed specifically in the statute under the objectives the legislature gave us when they appointed it. So this is nothing, this is what they told us to do. They said improve the water conveyance system and expand statewide water storage. That's what they told us to do as one of the 8 objectives, all under the co-equal goals. And our obligation is to develop a Delta plan that includes recommendations and refinements of that. We are required by law to examine BDCP's activities because they are, in some sense, the legal entity undertaking that study work, and we are directed in the statute to incorporate it if they meet the terms of the statute. So we are not directed to order all other activities of all other state agencies to come to a halt, although it might be amusing in my view if we were, but we aren't. And a lot of the stuff, the complaints of either federal projects independently or state projects, is a heritage of the fact that people start up projects all the time, and there's never any single entity anywhere in the world that controls everything. But I don't understand what you want us to do about that.
I think I want the council to recognize that a lot of what you're going to be seeing in the next couple of months were decisions that were made in 2000. It appears to me. I'm watching a lot of the stuff coming up. And so that's just my comment. I'll just leave it at this. I want to, because I know you're a historian, or you seem to be. You've been quoting some history. And a little bit of history. Our first president, George Washington, the best science of that day was, he was sick. It was some sort of throat problem, they think. And the best science of that day was to attach leeches. And they would attach leeches to supposedly get out the good humors or something like that. Well, some people say that they bled him to death. Okay, so he was internally ill, and their cure didn't save him, it killed him. He was bled to death. And I think of these pumps that they're talking about adding in the Delta as leeches, and the Delta's already ailing, and if you guys add more pumps, same result.
Okay, thank you very much. Karen Metters, Ms. Metters.
Hello, mine is actually relatively simple on the area of some consistency, but in the three different presentations this morning, when there was designations of the legacy communities, starting with what is designated in statute, I believe Clarksburg, going down river, Clarksburg, Cortland, Hood, Lock, Walnut Grove.
Your little note said you referenced agenda item 10 in this
That
discussion?
would be, yes. Well, first we'll start it with what's designated in legislation. Agenda item 10, as was presented by Gail Newton through the flood stuff, there were two additional communities of Franklin and Thornton added to the legacy communities on there. So my question or comment is, where did they come from? And then in your document this afternoon, with the down there on Delta's evolving place, there was a whole lot eliminated. Where did Walnut Grove go? So just in the three or two presentations and statute, we have a discrepancy as far as legacy towns. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, if you want to be included or excluded, because we still don't know what's going to be a good consequence or bad. Depending on what it is. But it was just a point of reference. One or two of them here and there you can kind of let go.
At least in the material we prepare, we can't really force anybody who gives us a piece of paper to
of course.
do what we want them to. But in the material we prepare, let's try, at least when we reflect the statute, to have the full reflection of the statute on that issues. It doesn't, of course, restrict the Delta Protection Commission from considering others, but it gave specific direction to examine the towns identified in the
on that point, you're right, as far as the Delta Protection in the primary zone expansion, but within that report, a feasibility study that we just went through earlier this week, Franklin, which has basically been completely absorbed or annihilated by the expansion of Elk Grove, barely exists anymore. And Thornton, I'm not sure. I don't know why Thornton would have been included. The only way sitting here kind of reasoning has to do with the fact that we're going to start addressing the Cosumnes and the McClomie River, and it is one of the towns that does tend to get flooded by the last two basically free-flowing tributaries to the Sacramento River. So reasoning out, but by the same token, that was not included in the original legislation. So, but that wasn't in that was in the flood presentation this afternoon. So that's just it on the comment, just a kind of a point of consistency, so we all know when we start wrapping our minds about what's going to happen, that we're all going around the same things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Terry? This is for both of your clients, right? Okay. North Delta Water Agency and the Central Valley Flood Control Association.
Yes, Melinda Terry, North Delta Water Agency, which is about 277,000 acres in the Delta, and California Central Valley Flood Control Association. For those watching, they may not know, is the association that represents over 70 reclamation districts, cities, and counties that have flood control responsibilities. I was encouraged by the conversation today on the plan, because I think many of you were struggling with some of the same things and having the same thoughts I was. And I guess I'll just relate. It seemed to me, I found it a little schizophrenic is one way to put it, and confusing, in light of the way I kept looking at it was based on our conversation that we had yesterday on the consistency declarations. I just kept trying to think, if I were a reclamation district and I were doing an improvement project and had to file a declaration, what exactly am I being consistent with? And, Richard is infamous in all of his roles, and he does it often at these meetings, is where are we going? And I think the chair kept trying to bring it back to that. Many of you have, I'm not quite sure that this does that. Ultimately, I think Mr. Roos Collins got to where I was thinking, which is, it was great in that it reiterated all of the state laws that are the framework, I think, that you kind of have to have. But it really wasn't telling any of us where you were going, and the chair kept, trying to bring that up as well. I'm with Mr. Roos Collins a little bit in that having these individual statutes listed doesn't seem logical to me. It seems more, what's the direction of where we're trying to achieve on the water supply reliability? The Delta as a place is a good example of, I look at the plan here, and if you look at the other elements that are part of your 8, the risk assessment, keeping the Delta as a place has everything to do with the levees and the risk assessment, and yet they're separated. But if you had it generally, they kind of feed into it, because again, they're the framework that helps you get to some place.
But we separated it because the statute, we use the exact language from the statute, because if we didn't use the exact language, I suspect some people would be here arguing that we were ignoring the statute and their favored section of it.
Yeah, but I think the suggestion that was made had nothing to do with ignoring the statute. It was just lumping them together a little bit differently, and then showing that under that how you're meeting those objectives that are required of you.
And our consultants are going to be preparing a draft of what that might look like.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was really encouraged by the discussion you had. So I think that's what I'm saying is I kind of agree with that. I look forward to seeing that. Also, the discussion you had on the work groups, as you said, I think can really help inform that. But I just wanted you to know, if I'm a reclamation district, if I'm the city of West Sacramento and want to build something, I really don't know what I'm going to tell you I'm being consistent with in trying to do this, and it doesn't really tell me where you're going.
Melinda,
or the
we've
rules
been
to
in
play
operation
by.
3 months.
I know.
Give us a chance.
Yeah, no,
we're inching in that direction.
Yeah, I took the time to read it.
Yep. Thank you.
To sit here and listen. I'm telling you, I liked what I was hearing today, but please keep in mind our conversation yesterday of ultimately the plan will be something that we have to figure out how to do these consistencies. And for somebody to make a declaration, they'll just need to understand it. And I look forward to the next draft because I did enjoy the conversation and where you're headed. Thank you.
You notice Ms. Terry has new glasses on, very fashionable new glasses. Jonas Minton.
Good afternoon.
He has old
Jonas Minton with
glasses
the Planning
on.
Conservation League. I was hoping you'd notice.
I did, only because Mr. Johnston told me I should look carefully.
Thank you. 2 comments for you today, one easy and one very hard. The easy comment is that one of your charges is to promote statewide water conservation, water use efficiency, and sustainable water use. Much of the material there focuses on urban water conservation. That is certainly important. A 20% per capita reduction statewide is somewhere between 1.5 million and 2 million acre-feet of water. I also draw your attention to the even larger potential for underwater recycling. In California, our urban, mostly coastal areas use water, much of it from the Delta. 4 million acre-feet is used once, treated, and dumped into the ocean. 4 million acre-feet potential. So I encourage you to look at that. The legislature is looking at also Senate Bill 918 by Senator Pavley is being heard next week in the Assembly Water, Parks, and Wildlife Committee, and that would have the Department of Public Health develop criteria, regulations, in that case enforceable regulations, for how recycled water could be used for groundwater recharge as well as surface water augmentation, what are the major barriers. Now to the tough issue. Chairman Eisenberg, as you pointed out, this council will be reviewing the work of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan effort and determining whether it meets the two co-equal objectives. Mr. Grindstaff pointed out a few moments ago that one of those 2 co-equal objectives, increased water supply reliability, is not precisely or even generally defined. That's a problem that has bedeviled the Bay Delta Conservation Plan for some time. And it's going to be a problem when one gets to the question of, well, how do you balance those two? Is it full contractual deliveries? Is it an increase in the percentage of time a given amount of water is received? Is it the net demand-supply balance in a region incorporating all of their supplies? And why this is really important and why I believe it's something your interim plan needs to describe. Not what that necessarily what that definition is, but how you are going to, in this interim period, address that issue and communicate it to the rest of society, including the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. And the reason for the timeliness is BDCP is moving ahead. They're trying to deal with this balancing under their
You're aware, Mr. Minton,
objectives.
that about 3 hours ago we approved our first letter to BDCP, including the paragraph indicating the reduced reliance on the Delta reference in the statute and the need for them to address that in their plan. I understand that doesn't go as far as you want to go, but you understand we just did that.
Right. What I'm suggesting is that in your interim plan, you describe how you are going to be wrestling with that issue, because that issue is going to come back to you. They will come up with whatever their cut on the issue is.
Tell me, between now and August 27th, when we adopt the interim plan, give me your preferred language to achieve the results you want, so we know what you're talking about.
We'll do that in our written comments, but in essence it is that your plan for this interim period will be to work on, refine, take input, and come up with your best shot at what increased water supply reliability is, so that other groups, including BDCP, can consider that as they move forward.
Okay. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Becerra.
Thank you, Chairman Eisenberg and council members. Ryan Becerra of Barkowitz, Chronic, and Shanahan here in Sacramento. We represent a number of water agencies upstream of the Delta. I just wanted to say how much I appreciated the conversation about the flow criteria earlier, because it really went to my primary concern, which was I think the council has to be very, very careful before it begins incorporating materials from other processes. Each process has got its own statute background, and one thing that concerned me reading the draft interim plan was the extent to which material was incorporated from the Delta Vision strategic plan and then also the state board flow proceeding. They've all got different conditions associated with them, and in particular you've got a couple that are unique to you, I think, which is first you've got a defined geographic scope in the definition of covered actions, and then in 85302B, and you also have the co-equal goals. And so, I mean, one thing that a lot of the material that is referenced in this interim plan hasn't ever been subjected to is an analysis as to how the two co-equal goals fit together in adopting and implementing some of those things. So flow criteria being a primary one, neither the state board process nor the Delta Vision task force looked at modeling as to how certain flow criteria might affect water supplies either upstream or from Delta export areas. So it seems to me you have to be very careful, because obviously you're under extreme time pressures in handling all of this material, and it certainly comes to make sense to take things out of other documents and put them in if you think they make good sense. But you have to do that with always keeping in mind the particular conditions that you're subject to, because everybody's going to be obviously pointing you back to those conditions, and it's very important that those things be kept in mind when you're developing your plans.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosecrans? Thank you for yelling at all the members when I requested it to terminate their hallway discussions after lunch. I was impressed with...
I'm a former school teacher. Adults are harder to corral than kids.
That explains a lot.
Let me say first two things. The State Board recommendations and ultimately perhaps new standards will be part of our future, and we won't know what those numbers are for a while, but you need to anticipate those either way. So I don't see how that makes a big difference in how you pursue your plan. The second thing I'd like to bring up once again is finance. And I was really heartened by the discussion we had a month ago on levies, and it was a little bit frustrating for East Bay Mud and some of the reclamation districts, I think, to come back again and have to worry about whether they were going to get $35 million. But I really like...
Little frustrating is not the way I would describe their reaction.
But I like the way it came out. I like what I think is a resolve on the council to come up with a prioritization for levy plans and for the appropriate funding sources for those plans. And I urge you to think about some of the other elements of the Delta plan, interim or long-term, in the same way. In particular, water supply reliability. It might be kind of fun to have a barrel of money in the middle of the stage and have water agencies from throughout California come and plead their case to get some of that money to do their project. But would that be in the best interest of the state of California? I say not. I say that it's in their best interest for you to encourage them to use their own resources for the most part. There may be some exceptions.
Which leads me to one suggestion. Isn't it time for Environmental Defense Fund to write your specific recommendations on a rational statewide flood control policy with particular emphasis on the Delta, including funding recommendations, so that we might consider an informed, carefully thought out, developed, and prepared option?
Okay. I was moving on to water supply, away from
I
away
know
from
what
flood
you were
on
intending
flood.
to do. The reality is, the invitation I want to make, and I want to make it to everybody who testifies, is if there's the ability to produce a carefully prepared document designed to say, look, if you're going to say something on flood control, here's an illustration of how you can address it consistent with the statutes we believe and all of that. It is immensely helpful for us as we compare it, because otherwise what we're stuck doing is we're working from scratch. Sure, we have access to other programs too, but we're testing a methodology and a structure of a system. And some of the stuff you've written on other issues before have been very helpful in framing the questions and framing the issues. And I just want to emphasize again, the production of that. I know it's a lot of work. I know it's a pain in the neck. I understand all of that. But it's infinitely preferable to after the fact stuff as we approach deadlines, too late to do much because the ideas are presented too late to make adjustments. And so I think the comments you make on the flood stuff are fine, but I'd urge everybody who talks to us to take on the charge. Write a interim plan the way you'd like to see it on flood control. I'd be interested in see what people recommend.
I understand. We will do what we can on flood control. I think we, and me personally, I know more about the water system and water supply and how those ought to be funded, but we will do what we can on flood control. And on water supply, if I may have for just another moment, if I may.
By the way, the same comments apply to your water supply discussion, but we've, you understand.
Agree. And I will just say that last year when we had a lot of conflict between ecosystem and water supply, and we had a marginal price for water transfers on the west side of the San Joaquin Valley of $450 an acre foot. Had there been a broader water market, I contend that price would have been far lower, and therefore we would have had a much smaller conflict. So what you can do to encourage a water market, to encourage recycling, conservation, I don't think it's through a pot of money in the middle of the stage. I don't know whether it's a recommendation to the legislature or something in between, or some way to get some of Mr. Zlotnick's folks over a barrel with some sort of bribery
Behave
or
yourself,
blackmail.
because otherwise he'll insist on replying to your statement.
I understand. Anyhow, I should encourage you to include those things in your plan. Those can make as much difference as some of the other policies and programs you're pursuing. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bob Kerr, Bay Institute. Right there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gary Bobker, the Bay Institute. A couple of things, a couple of thoughts sparked by some of the comments that you've been hearing and discussion that it's provoked. First is, I was a little amused by the level of concern about including the flow criteria from the State Board in your planning process. And I think it gets to a bigger issue beyond just that the flow criteria themselves, and that is what exactly is your plan supposed to be doing. The legislature directed the board to develop flow criteria in a non-regulatory process precisely because they wanted to free the board to look at what does the Delta need in the largest sense, rather than in the context of issuing a permit. And I think that that was really important, and they wanted the board to do that. The legislature wanted the board to do that precisely to inform our aspirations for the Delta. And much of what the Delta plan is about, in my view, is the opposite of requiring compliance with some minimal requirements of existing law. There are plenty of agencies that do that now. You do not need, you were not created to be the relief shift cop. You were created, I believe, to incentivize behaviors through your consistency determinations and other tools to be able to reach a higher level of attainment, which was identified as the co-equal goals, first by the Delta Vision Task Force, secondly by the legislature. And so that's really important. So when we look at things like the flow criteria or predation, when that was mentioned earlier, think about those in terms of when we look at flow criteria and the board says, look, this is the big picture of what the Delta ecosystem needs in terms of flow conditions to support the co-equal goal of ecosystem restoration. Well, it's unlikely that the State Water Board is going to modify permits in some subsequent proceeding to achieve 100% of what they identify in that. And in fact, it may be important for efforts like yours through the Delta Plan to incentivize other activities that can supplement the regulatory minima for flows or for other things, because that's the additional increment that is so important that we don't get. Otherwise, we're just arguing over enforcing existing regulations, and we don't really need the Delta Council for that. And the predation was another good example, right? A gentleman, Mr. Bocadero, referred to the predation rate, the 5 to 50%. Okay, so in a natural system, the predation rate is 5 to 50%. So predation itself, let's put aside the issue of whether we need to do something today because of, predation, because these populations are so low and and they're at risk of extinction from anything, right? The point is that the real problem isn't predation. The real problem is that you have populations that are really low and about to go extinct. And they didn't get that way because of predation. They got that way because the system is in such bad shape. And that brings you back to things like flows, major habitat changes, etc. You need to address root causes rather than the myriad. There are just thousands of things you could be dealing with, and there are lots of projects you could be dealing with, and there are lots of actions you could be dealing with. You need to prioritize the big ones that will help you get to the co-equal goal of restoration, and not helping NIMFs or the Fish and Game Commission address one of many stressors. So this gets to my second point, and this is going to be brief, unlike the first. And that is, because I talked a lot about it, I think, in the panel last month, and that is that, given the short amount of time that you have and resources on the interim plan, I think you need to avoid getting sucked into looking at a lot of different projects that look at a particular stressor, and more at looking at what are the outcomes you want to see out of this process that will, in other words, set you up for the Delta plan. Because defining those outcomes is going to be the most important thing. I could go on, but I won't. You've heard me on this before, and I think you know where I'm coming from. And we will submit written comments on those relevant portions of the interim plan. The third point I wanted to make related to something that Jonas said and your conversation with him, and that is that the co-equal goal of water supply reliability to me, is co-equal. I'm an ecosystem advocate, but to argue against reliable water supplies is foolish and wrong. The question is, how do we start looking at it differently? And the problem that I see is when we talk about water supply reliability, we often are talking about how do we guarantee some particular party's water deliveries. That's not what you should be focusing on. What you ought to be focusing on is what is the level of public health benefit and the level of general economic activity that you want to foster with the appropriate support of water and land use management in the Delta. And if you can help us figure out that level of benefit out and articulate in a way that's measurable, you will have moved the conversation about water supply to a whole different place, and I think a very constructive and helpful place, because we're not there, and that's the kind of argument that we have over water supply that never ends, because we never really get to the ultimate outcome of water supply reliability. So I think I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bobger. Anyone else in the audience like to speak to us on this issue? Okay. Gwen, have you gone through, you and John and Terry gone through the material you need us to review? Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Roos-Collins.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe that at least one member of the 1E team is still here, and I had a specific question that I think will help for the continued drafting. Dave, there you are. My question goes to Objective G, which is reducing risk associated with flood protection. I think it would be helpful for this council and specifically our drafters to know a little bit more about the 5-year planning process that apparently is discretionary, not mandatory, as a way to evaluate
This is on
flood
reclamation districts,
Yes.
for rec districts.
I just wanted to have you say a few more words about that and
Sure.
possibly give us a sense of where we might head in terms of saying something useful about addressing flood risk in the Delta.
Small task, easy task. The 5-year plans were an attempt to get the reclamation districts to set down and on paper their plan for raising the levies to an appropriate goal, or what they believe is an appropriate goal. Not all levees in the Delta are the same. Some of them protect thousands of people, and there's a good justification for having a very high level of flood protection. Some of them protect little more than parkland, and perhaps they can get by with something less. So what we wanted as a program is to know what the reclamation district who's responsible for operating and maintaining that levee system, what are their goals, what are their desires, and how are they going to achieve it? And that was the subject of the 5-year plan. There's lots of things that we could do with that. Not keep it so narrowly focused. We could broaden that scope. It's a matter of what are those interests, and to whom would we share that, or with whom would we share that information, and to what use would you put it? So we would need to refine the scope a little bit in order to take advantage of it.
Mr. Johnston.
Is this the time to talk about what the state knows and what it wants to know and what it's going to do with its information, or
Might
is
as
that
well.
next meeting, or when?
Well, I
when is
suspect
that?
there'll be many occasions in the next 17 months, but this is a start.
With respect to your question, what the state knows, I think the state of knowledge is that the Delta levees are historic structures that were built in an era when we did not have good, solid engineering. The materials that they're built of are largely silts and sands that are not typically used for embankment structures. They function pretty well, given the characteristics of the foundation, of the material, of the construction methods, and of the forces that they resist. But I think they function very well because they have continuous maintenance.
If I could direct your attention to page 16. The interim plan must ensure progress towards congruence between the uses and resources at risk and the levees that provide protection. Seems to reference what you said before. And then it says, estimates of current levels of protection will be developed based on information developed in the Delta Risk Management Strategy, DREAMS.
Yes.
Or whatever else is the best information now available. What do we know?
Well, DREAMS does have a level of risk for each section of levee that was analyzed, and that has to do with flood risk, with sunny day risk, with seismic risk. So we have books that are stacked 3 feet tall that we can get that information from.
And you want to tackle
I want
that?
to follow up on the question that Pat asked. Do we have a map someplace that actually says for a map of all the levees, all the non-project levees in the Delta, that in one color has the ones that don't meet HMP standard, another color has the ones that meet HMP, and another color has the ones that meet PL 84-99, and I guess the project levees too, which ones of them actually meet core standards? It seems like if we had that kind of map and that information for each island in a way that the reclamation districts could look at and verify, because they're obviously going to have their complaints about it, that might make our task easier.
The short answer is that map doesn't exist right now. We do have sufficient information to be able to construct it, and I've actually had staff working on that for some time, so we should be close. It has to do with the results of a survey that we recently did.
So you have enough information from the study of all the levees of all the islands in the Delta to produce a map by the next council meeting?
I'd have to check with my GIS specialist to see how long it would take him to get the map, but it is in process. I can get information back to Mr. Grindstaff regarding how long it would take to produce it.
And Mr. Chairman, how do we address that real worry about state liability for the system and still have a state strategy towards levies?
If I knew how to address the state liability question, I probably could retire a wealthy and much admired person, and I don't. It is infinitely complex, in my judgment, from what I know now. On the other hand, the current pattern of activity seems to me, which is unclear authority, unclear plan, unclear responsibilities, and lots of requests for other people to fund projects, is a guarantee that over time, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, there is at least a high probability of expanded legal liability for the state as we try to address questions like, how do you keep people safe? How do you keep property safe? Because in asking the questions, you open yourself up to the charge that, well, if you give an answer, it's the wrong answer, and you've got to pay if it doesn't work. But I also know the politics of the situation, which is nobody, everybody wants a free bucket of Mr. Rosecrantz's bucket of money or something that's around to do that, and it's not available. Pat, I don't know. I don't know. If I were sitting down, you were sitting down, and somebody said, you're in complete charge, you can do anything you want, you can raise taxes, you can do assessments, what would you do? I don't know precisely what I'd do. If I had to choose, I'd go to that 2005 DWR white paper and say, well, there's a start. Let's do a Central Valley Flood Assessment District as a start, and that implies a higher obligation by the state too. But
the dilemma over the liability seems to interfere with analyzing and making recommendations on what we do, and then I'm confused when someone says, well, we have to abandon some islands and some levees because we can't protect them all. Okay, so what's that based on? it seems like without knowing what all the islands are and which ones are worth protecting or which ones are already well built and which ones aren't, I can't engage that. It's sort of, somebody has reached that conclusion, but on what, I don't know. Or the alternative, which is really the islands are in much better shape than DWR thinks they are, and therefore all we got to do is keep funding at a higher level, but incrementally we're withstanding all the important floods. Things are getting better as long as the state just keeps spending money. And, you know, the sort of the status quo plus money will take care of it. And so both views, I suspect, come from a position driven by additional factors. But for us, it's hard to seriously understand what the flood risk is and what the implication is for protecting the islands or making other choices, including the option of recommending the state just says, it's our liability, we're taking the whole thing on. Legislature, how about that?
Wow. You know, that both camps are correct, and let me explain how I can come to that conclusion. I've only been with the program for about 10 years, but if you look back in the historic photographs, you can see pictures of Sherman Island where there are cracks running down the middle of the road. You can see visible offset in the levee. Today you go back and you take a look at that same section, and you know it's the same section because you can see the Antioch Bridge behind it. And the crest of the road is broader. The crest of the road is now covered with a all-weather driving surface. And the structure is visibly, and I know that's not a real good way to do it, but it's visibly much better. As a young lad, I used to visit or go with my father out to work in the Delta on the levees, and it was scary to drive those roads. A lot of them were dirt. They were all very narrow, steep sides on both sides. Today you drive those same roads. They have rock on the surface. The water side is still steep. The land side is much flatter. And that's because folks have been putting 30 years worth of work into flattening out the slopes, building up the foundation, maintaining a static or a stable levee crest, meeting the requirements of FEMA to put these all-weather driving surfaces on there, and doing the things that the Delta Levee Subventions Program has required. Now, I also said that the levees are in rough shape and they need to be supported. Once or twice a year, we get a call from a district who goes and finds an area that's been leaking or an area that somebody has found a hole in the levee crest. They start digging into it, and there's a beaver den that goes halfway through the levee. That constitutes an emergency. You have to get in there and you have to do something about it, because at your next extreme high tide, may not be just a normal high tide, but your next extreme high tide, you can expect that you're going to lose a levee. So they're much better in a gross sense today than they were when the program started. Isolated incidences of serious defects still exist. Now, all of these I'm talking about are addressing static loading conditions. The Delta is near field to quite a number of earthquake faults, and the materials are susceptible to liquefaction, lateral spreading. That's the one thing that we cannot address with a system the way that it is right now, and given the current funding and the type of construction that we're doing. So statically, we can keep up with the maintenance, the improvements. We can even keep up, I would argue, with sea level rise. Dynamically, well, jury's out on
Do you
that.
think it's analytically possible to prioritize the levees in the best shape to the worst shape?
Well, certainly it is. Given enough time and enough money, certainly.
Dave, I heard you give a more optimistic answer earlier to that same question when asked differently. So let me ask the question again. According to our and see if I can get the more optimistic answer. According to our briefing materials, there are 1,600 miles of project levees and 1,000 miles of non-project levees.
Suisun Marsh
Close
is
enough.
included in that, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. There's 1,600 miles of project levees, but that includes 350 miles that's inside the delta. Within the delta itself, there's 1,100 miles of levee, but that also includes the 350 miles of project levees. A lot of levee miles.
In excess of
And
2,000.
our area includes Suisun Marsh, which adds to the total of
There we go.
levee.
Pat's initial question was, can you use the data that you've been collecting over time and essentially categorize those 2,000 plus miles of levee into design capacity and risk? And I thought you said you were pretty close to being able to produce a map that does that. Is that right?
We do. I've got to separate out the project system that goes up the valley and down the valley. Within the levee or within the delta itself and the Suisun Marsh, we did a delta risk management strategy. Now, we used a lot of historic data that was available. We didn't go out and do new geotechnical work. We used the data that was at hand. We characterized the stressors on the levees themselves, and we did come up with a risk factor for each levee segment. And a segment might be a mile, or it might be 5 miles all around the levee. So I can tell you, given enough time to look through all my stacks of data, what is the risk for a particular event on a particular levee reach.
Mr. Chairman, I think that information would be very useful to us as we populate Objective G. I mean, are we looking at 10% of this total, which is high risk, or 90%, or somewhere in between? Best available estimate today, along with possible procedures to further refine that estimate as time goes by.
Sure.
The Flood Safe program.
Yeah, we do have that information.
Mr. Natoli.
Yeah, David, because it's been brought up a couple times, and it certainly relates to this topic, is that some of the information relative to levee breaches, levee failures, and so forth, and the speaker has been here twice now, has put that forward, and obviously communicated with Mr. Grindstaff about that. That was in the published report. I saw the number as well as you did, I'm sure.
Sure.
I think having the information that's being requested here will be useful, but I think, again, historical is important, but it also, I think, what it's done is called into question some of the data or the calculations, and so I don't know how, after reports have been published, there's any correction or adjustment made to that, but I do think that's important because how those are classified, and in this last point that Mr. Bruce Collins made me think of it, because if you're taking into account today's engineering standards, the information went into it relative to those risks that would be associated with any type of event that might end up in a failure. Maybe they're different than what your historical categories put up, but a break is a break, and whether it occurs in fair weather or in times of high tides or winds or whatever, damage is going to be significant potentially. So I do think that having that information, having a map would be good, because I know that's been talked about for a long time. Over the years, there's been different maps and different segments, but to have the entirety of the area you pointed out, to have that mapped out at least with some degree of specificity and accuracy as much as possible would be very, very useful for some of the discussion that we're having today, but I think going forward, and so I would encourage that. But I guess my question to you is there a way to correct if there's information that came in subsequent that provides better information? Does that get corrected in your records? Because I think it was attributed to the DREAM study that there was inaccuracies.
Yeah, it's possible to do that. The DREAM study is covers a huge area. It covers the entire delta and the entire Suisun Marsh. It was done in a relatively quick amount of time using data that was available. So we took, I think there was 5,000 borings, if my memory serves, and we characterized that 1,100 or 1,200 miles of levee. Now, it sounds like a lot of data. It's not. So what we did is we had to make judgments about, this is a characteristic of this particular type of soil and this particular wind direction, this particular orientation. And we broke the levee segments up into discrete units that could be modeled. And by applying logic and the risk model to an awful lot of assumptions, we came up with what we believe is the best judgment about this large area. So having said that, it tells us that there's by and large, the static loading is not a problem. We can keep up with it. That maintenance is important, and that seismicity is significant. Now, if you were to ask me about what does that tell me about a particular island, I would say it tells you that you need to look. And what you need to do is you need to go out there and design a program of geotechnical exploration, setting up your loading conditions, an analysis by a knowledgeable practitioner in the field, and then you've got enough information to be able to say, with some level of good confidence, I know what's here, I know what the loading conditions are, I know how it's going to behave. But I don't think
it sounds to me like a map is going to be, only surface deep relative to the information, and that what you just said, I think, was very illustrative of you can have a map and you can even have some priorities on it. It will tell you some information, hopefully good information, but beyond that, what it does tell you, you just said it. You got to go deeper if you're going to really find out what the level of risk is and and what needs to be done, I guess.
Yes, absolutely.
I suspect this conversation will be continued repeatedly throughout this process. Thank you for sticking around. Ms. Terry.
Thank you.
Whoa, careful, careful, careful.
Thank you, Melinda Terry, Central Valley Flood Control Association. I did just want to mention that in your May meeting, I noticed in the notes you had discussed that July is a plan to have a big discussion and I believe a panel on flood, and so I've had some preliminary discussions with your staff because we'd really like to be helpful. I have been involved in a meeting, I remember it was with legislative staff, and they were asking similar questions, and I had two engineering firms that represent about 80% of the districts in the Delta, and they have knowledge of the other 20%, even though they may not represent them. And they had really, literally off the top of their heads, the ballpark of the miles that don't meet the HMP and the PL 8499 that Mr. Nomalini mentioned this morning as being so important, because that's when we get the federal money back in after. But I will mention, just because it didn't get brought up today, but I'll make sure it's a topic on the panel that my members will bring up, is it's not really the only risk, if you will. We just had our board meeting, and it was really shocking to me to hear my members give their ballpark figure. You may or may not be aware, but the Department of Water Resources does inspections of the levees to see if they're meeting these standards, the PL 8499. So these are just project levees that I'm talking about now. And we pretty much estimate that 90% of them are going to fail. They will get unacceptable ratings come 2012. Mostly due to vegetation issue not being resolved by then, if it's not resolved. But that's not the only issue that they'll fail for. Encroachments are another big one, and there's probably 30 other. So you just need to be aware it's not just even, if we get those levees up to that standard, that's a great start. I mean, don't want to walk away thinking that's it. But it won't be the only problem that will put us at risk if there's failures, because there will be no federal money coming once they aren't.
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
based on this testimony, I want to withdraw my suggestion that the state assume responsibility for the state's levy.
But anyway, so we'll help your staff and look forward to trying to help evolve these discussions. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Swart?
I'll be brief. Thank you for asking the questions you're asking, because it is good. It is really important that you use actual facts, because you're determining our island futures. the places we live and all that. And now I want to explain something about this boring that was just talked about. They did do borings in 2005, and it covered the Sassoon Marsh area and a lot of the South Delta more. Well, I looked at those, and I noticed that they use coordinates. The scientists use coordinates, and I said, well, that's weird. It says Ryer Island, and the coordinates were not near Snug Harbor. And then the borings from that Ryer Island and Sassoon Marsh was applied to the Ryer Island up north of Rio Vista, because there's 2 Ryer Islands in Solano County. It's kind of mistakes like that cause the confusion. Now, I've asked that I can submit so that they'll have the correct information, but I do know that it didn't just happen for one island. I have a letter from another reclamation district who gave me the information after last month, who said they're wrong about this island, 4 other islands, it's incorrect information on that same dream study. I think there's other reclamation districts you're going to be hearing from, because I let them know they probably should talk to you guys to get it right. So anyway, appreciate that there is a interest in using correct data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We're going to close this item. Gwen, do you need anything else at this time? All right. The understanding is staff's going to come back with the second proposed draft. We strongly urge everyone to respond by, what's the date for written responses? By next Friday, with written responses to the first draft and suggestions and comments. We'll digest that. The staff will digest that. We'll have out 10 days in advance, I think it's 10 days in advance, the second draft interim plan for public review and for our review. And I want to now touch on the thing we started with yesterday. Don was not present at that time, but if you guys have thought about this, I think the suggestion is that we make the 2-day meeting in the Delta roughly like this, if you agree, from roughly 10 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the afternoon or thereabouts. We do some touring in the Delta as a council. The precise details I don't know. There are a lot of ideas, including why don't we start at the new ebb mud plant on the Sacramento River. Just take a look at that. It's on the way down for those of us who are coming from the north. But anyway, do that. Then in the afternoon, somewhere between 2 and 3, we'd get to the site of the meeting, and we would start with a session. I'll make up the times, but about a 2-hour block of time for panel stuff emphasizing local officials involved. I think inevitably levies will be a large part of it, but not the only part of it, because we would like them to react to the second draft interim plan. And Don, maybe if we can coordinate with you on that, we would appreciate it. Then I'd ask you to stay late on Thursday, so roughly from 5 to 7, we'd have public comments, allowing people who are working during the day to come and say whatever they want to say. Then we'll either go out for dinner, or if you're too exhausted, we'll call it a night. We come back the next morning at 9 o'clock. To convene the second day session, and that will be much more focused on the interim plan discussion. I would hope to have some kind of discussion like this where we walk through the second draft, flag, identify issues, ask for public comments, flagging and identifying issues. Now that's what we're thinking about. Okay? Okay. All right. You've got clearance, Joe, to start building on that. I understand you may juggle things around and all of it. I'd recommend you consider some carpools for the early stuff and getting back and forth if that's possible. Maybe we go over to DWR and borrow some of their vans again. I don't know. I'll leave that up to you. Okay? Anyway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. The meeting today is adjourned. Members, thank you.